Every mind that appears calm during the day carries thoughts it never speaks about when the night arrives. Behind every smile, every achievement, every responsibility, there are silent struggles most people never see. Old disappointments, unfinished grief, regrets that still whisper from the past, fears about the future, worries that return the moment the room becomes quiet. And over the years, those invisible burdens begin to leave their mark. Not because you are weak, not because something is wrong with you, but because the mind was never meant to carry so much for so long. Most of us were taught how to survive, how to keep going, how to push through exhaustion, how to hide our pain and continue moving forward. But very few of us were ever taught how to release what we carry, how to quiet the noise, how to let the mind rest without guilt, fear, or resistance. So we keep collecting weight. One disappointment becomes another. One worry becomes 10 more. One painful memory becomes a story we replay for years, until eventually we no longer remember what it feels like to be truly at peace. But what if the mind can heal more quickly than you think? What if beneath all the noise, beneath all the stress, beneath all the years of mental tension, there is a deeper part of you that has never been damaged at all? The Stoics believed that much of our suffering does not come from life itself. It comes from the battles we continue fighting long after the event has ended. They understood that peace begins the moment we stop arguing with reality, the moment we stop carrying yesterday into today, the moment we learn to observe our thoughts instead of becoming trapped inside them. Tonight is not about fixing everything. It is not about becoming a different person. It is not about forcing yourself to let go. It is simply about creating space. Space for the mind to breathe. Space for old tension to soften. Space for worries to loosen their grip. Space for a deeper kind of rest to finally enter. For the next 4 hours, you are invited to put down what you have been carrying, to step away from the endless mental noise, to stop trying to control every outcome, solve every problem, and replay every memory. Because sometimes healing does not begin with effort. Sometimes healing begins when effort ends. So take a slow breath. Let the day fade into the distance. Allow your shoulders to relax. Allow your thoughts to slow. And as the night grows quieter, allow yourself to enter a place few people ever reach. A place where the mind no longer fights, the heart no longer rushes, and the soul finally remembers what peace feels like. Tonight, we begin that journey together, as the mind begins to slow down and the weight of the day starts loosening its grip. Something unusual often happens. The outside world becomes quieter, but the inside world becomes louder. Thoughts that were hidden beneath conversations, responsibilities, and distractions suddenly step forward. Worries begin speaking, memories return. The mind searches for something to hold on to. And that raises an important question. If peace is what we all claim to want, why does silence make so many people uncomfortable? The answer reveals one of the most overlooked struggles of modern life. Many people are not addicted to peace. They are addicted to noise. Most people never realize this because the noise does not always come from the outside. It comes from within. It appears as endless thinking, constant planning, worrying, remembering, predicting, judging, comparing, and analyzing. The mind becomes so used to activity that stillness starts to feel strange. Have you ever noticed how quickly people reach for their phones during quiet moments? A few seconds waiting in line, a few minutes sitting alone, a moment before falling asleep. The instant silence appears, many people feel an urge to fill it. Not because something important is happening on the screen, but because silence forces them to meet themselves. And for many people, that meeting feels uncomfortable. The Stoics understood this long before smartphones, television, or social media existed. They knew that the human mind often creates its own noise. A person can sit alone in a quiet room and still experience tremendous chaos. The room may be peaceful, but the mind is crowded. This internal overstimulation slowly becomes normal. A person wakes up thinking about problems. They spend the day reacting to events. They replay conversations. They worry about future situations. They judge themselves for past mistakes. Then they wonder why they feel mentally exhausted despite never lifting anything heavy. The truth is that thinking can become a form of labor. Not all thinking is useful. Much of it is repetitive. The same fears, the same regrets, the same imagined disasters, the same stories playing over and over again. The Stoic philosopher Seneca observed that many people suffer more in imagination than in reality. Think about how much energy gets consumed by events that never actually happen. The argument that never occurs, the rejection that never arrives, the catastrophe that exists only in the mind. The body reacts as though these events are real. The heart speeds up, the muscles tighten, the nervous system remains alert, all because the mind refuses to stop generating noise. Over time, this creates a strange relationship with stillness. Silence begins to feel unfamiliar. When nothing is demanding attention, the mind starts creating demands of its own. It searches for problems. It digs through old memories. It invents new concerns. It keeps itself busy because it has forgotten how to simply be. This is why many people struggle when they first try meditation, reflection, or quiet contemplation. They assume they are failing because their minds are busy. In reality, they are finally noticing what was already there. The noise did not begin when they sat down. The noise was always present. For the first time, they simply stopped running from it. This realization can feel unsettling at first, but it is also the beginning of freedom. The Stoics taught that peace does not come from controlling every thought. Peace comes from changing your relationship with thought itself. Most people believe every thought deserves attention. The Stoics disagreed. They understood that a thought is not a command. It is not a prophecy. It is not necessarily true. It is simply an event occurring within the mind. This changes everything. The moment you stop treating every thought as important, the mental noise begins losing its power. A worry appears. You notice it. You do not chase it. A memory returns. You observe it. You do not become trapped inside it. A fear enters your awareness. You acknowledge it. You do not build an entire future around it. Little by little, the mind starts learning a forgotten skill. Stillness, not forced stillness, not empty-minded perfection, but a quiet confidence that allows thoughts to come and go without creating a storm. This is where healing begins. Years of internal overstimulation cannot disappear overnight. The mind has spent years practicing noise. It has rehearsed anxiety, worry, judgment, and mental activity thousands of times. But the beautiful truth is that the mind can learn something new. Every moment of observation weakens the old habit. Every moment of presence strengthens the new one. Every time you choose awareness instead of reaction, you reclaim a small piece of inner peace. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind takes the shape of what it repeatedly focuses upon. If your attention constantly feeds fear, fear grows stronger. If your attention constantly feeds worry, worry becomes familiar. But if your attention begins resting in stillness, something remarkable happens. The mind slowly remembers what it was like before all the noise arrived. Not a perfect mind, not a problem-free mind, a peaceful mind. And perhaps that is what you have been searching for all along. Not more answers, not more solutions, not more mental activity, just a moment where the noise softens, a moment where you no longer need to carry every thought, a moment where silence stops feeling like an enemy and starts feeling like home. And as that stillness begins settling deeper into your awareness, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself, one that has convinced countless people to build their entire identity around pain itself. The moment silence begins to feel safe, something even deeper starts to appear. Beneath the constant mental noise, beneath the endless stream of thoughts, many people discover something unexpected. They discover that they have been carrying certain pains for so long that those pains no longer feel like experiences. They feel like identity. And that leads to a difficult but life-changing question. Who would you be if you stopped defining yourself by what hurt you? Some wounds heal slowly, not because they are too deep, but because we unknowingly build a home around them. Pain has a strange ability to become familiar. At first, suffering feels like something that happens to us. A heartbreak, a betrayal, a failure, a rejection, a loss we never expected. But as years pass, some people stop seeing these experiences as chapters in their story. They begin seeing them as the story itself. Without realizing it, the mind starts introducing itself through its wounds. The person who was abandoned becomes the abandoned person. The person who failed becomes the failure. The person who was betrayed becomes the betrayed one. The painful event may have happened years ago, but it continues living in the present because it has become tied to identity. This is one of the most hidden forms of suffering. When pain becomes part of identity, letting go can feel dangerous. Not because the person enjoys suffering, but because the suffering has become familiar. It has become woven into the way they understand themselves. The Stoics understood something that many people never realize. There is a difference between carrying a scar and becoming the scar. A scar is evidence that something happened. An identity built around suffering is the belief that what happened is who you are. These are not the same thing. Many people spend years replaying painful memories because those memories provide certainty. Strange as it sounds, the mind often prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar freedom. Freedom creates uncertainty. If you stop being the victim of that event, who are you? If you stop telling the story of that betrayal, what remains? If you stop defining yourself through struggle, what new version of yourself might emerge? These questions can feel uncomfortable because they require growth. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that people are often disturbed not by events themselves, but by the judgments they attach to those events. This wisdom becomes especially powerful when examining identity. Two people can experience the same hardship. One carries it for life. The other learns from it and moves forward. The difference is not always the event. The difference is the meaning assigned to the event. One person says, "This happened to me." The other says, "This is me." That small shift changes everything. Pain becomes heavier when it is forced to carry the burden of identity. Think about how often people repeat certain stories. The same disappointment, the same injustice, the same mistake. Sometimes they have told the story so many times that it feels impossible to separate themselves from it. But every time the story is repeated, the identity becomes stronger. The mind continues building walls around an old wound. The problem is that those walls eventually become a prison. What once felt like protection becomes limitation. A person stops taking risks because they identify as someone who gets hurt. A person stops trusting because they identify as someone who is always betrayed. A person stops believing in themselves because they identify as someone who always fails. The original event may be long gone, but its influence remains because it has become part of how they see themselves. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that every day offered an opportunity to begin again, not because the past disappeared, but because the self is not fixed. This idea is incredibly liberating. Many people treat identity as permanent. They believe they are the same person they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or even yesterday. The Stoics saw things differently. They understood that character is constantly being shaped through choices. You are not your worst moment. You are not your greatest mistake. You are not the pain you survived. You are the person choosing how to respond today. That distinction creates enormous freedom. When identity becomes flexible, healing becomes possible. The goal is not to erase painful experiences. The goal is not to pretend suffering never happened. The goal is to place those experiences in their proper position. They are chapters, not the entire book. They are teachers, not masters. They are part of your history, not the definition of your existence. There is also a deeper reason why people hold on to suffering. Pain often provides a sense of significance. It gives the mind something to organize itself around. Without the familiar struggle, some people feel lost. But true healing requires the courage to step into that uncertainty. It requires trusting that there is more to you than your wounds, more to you than your disappointments, more to you than your losses, more to you than the stories you have repeated for years. The remarkable thing is that letting go does not diminish your strength. It reveals it. Anyone can carry pain forever. It takes courage to release it. It takes courage to stop introducing yourself through old suffering. It takes courage to allow yourself to become someone larger than what happened to you. And that is where true freedom begins. Not when the past changes, not when every wound disappears, but when you finally realize that your pain may be part of your story, yet it was never meant to become your identity. As that realization begins to settle into the mind, another hidden habit quietly emerges, one that keeps countless people trapped in old battles long after they have ended, causing the mind to reopen wounds that should have already been allowed to heal. As the grip of old identities begins to loosen, another layer of healing reveals itself. Many people eventually realize that their suffering is not only coming from what happened years ago. It is coming from the fact that part of them is still fighting battles that ended long ago. The argument is over. The relationship is over. The betrayal is over. The humiliation is over. Yet somewhere inside the mind, the war continues. And that is where the next lesson begins. There is a strange habit that almost every human being develops at some point in life. The body leaves the battlefield, but the mind stays behind. Years can pass after a painful conflict, yet a single memory can pull a person right back into the moment. Suddenly they are reliving the argument, replaying the conversation, thinking of what they should have said, imagining how they could have won, defending themselves against people who are no longer present. The conflict may be gone, but the emotional energy remains trapped inside. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that many people spend more time fighting yesterday than living today. Think about how often the mind revisits old battles. Sometimes it happens while driving, sometimes while lying in bed, sometimes during a quiet moment when nothing is actually wrong. Without warning, an old memory appears. A face, a voice, a criticism, a rejection, a moment of disrespect, and immediately the nervous system reacts as though the event is happening again. The heart tightens, the jaw clenches, the emotions return. The body prepares for a conflict that exists nowhere except in memory. This is one of the hidden reasons people feel exhausted, even when life seems relatively calm. Part of their energy is still being spent on wars that ended years ago. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the past no longer exists, not because memories disappear, but because the event itself has lost its power to act upon the present moment. The only place the conflict survives is within the mind. This realization changes everything. Most people assume they are suffering because of what happened. Often they are suffering because of what they continue replaying. The original event may have lasted 10 minutes. The mental replay may last 10 years. The Stoics practiced something that can be called mentally leaving the battlefield. This does not mean forgetting. It does not mean pretending nothing happened. It means refusing to keep volunteering for a fight that is already over. Imagine a soldier who remains standing on an empty battlefield long after everyone else has gone home. The war has ended. The weapons have been put away. Life has moved on. But the soldier remains there, waiting, watching, preparing. Most people would recognize that as tragic. Yet mentally, many people do exactly this. They remain emotionally stationed in places life has already left behind. They continue guarding wounds that no longer need protection. They continue defending themselves against enemies who are no longer attacking. They continue seeking justice from moments that cannot be changed. The result is a constant state of internal tension. Seneca wrote that no man is more unhappy than the one who never faces adversity, because he never has the opportunity to discover his strength. But he also understood another truth. Strength is not measured by how long you hold on to a battle. Strength is measured by knowing when to put down the sword. Many people believe that letting go means the other person wins. The Stoics saw things differently. They understood that refusing to leave the battlefield guarantees only one thing: continued suffering. Holding on to anger does not punish the past. It punishes the present. Reliving old conflicts does not create justice. It creates exhaustion. The mind becomes trapped between what happened and what it wishes had happened. And in that space, peace becomes impossible. One of the most powerful Stoic practices was learning to separate events from interpretations. The event happened. That is reality. The endless mental replay is something different. That is interpretation. That is imagination. That is the mind continuing a conversation that reality has already finished. This distinction creates freedom. A painful memory may still arise, but now you recognize what is happening. You are not standing in the original event. You are standing in your room, your bed, your chair, your present life. The conflict exists only as a thought passing through awareness. And thoughts do not require participation. This was one of the Stoics' greatest discoveries. You do not have to attend every argument your mind invites you to. You do not have to defend yourself against every memory. You do not have to reopen every wound simply because it knocks on the door. You can acknowledge the memory, you can recognize its presence, and then you can allow it to leave without following it. At first, this feels unnatural. The mind has spent years practicing conflict. It has become skilled at replaying pain, but with patience, a new habit begins to form. Instead of entering the battlefield, you observe it from a distance. Instead of becoming the emotion, you witness it. Instead of continuing the war, you choose peace. Gradually, something remarkable happens. The memories lose their intensity, not because they disappear, but because you stop feeding them fresh energy. The battlefield begins growing quiet. The old arguments lose their voice. The unfinished conversations lose their urgency. The mind starts realizing that it no longer needs to fight for survival. And perhaps the greatest gift of all is this. When you finally leave the battlefield, you recover something that conflict has been stealing for years: your attention, your energy, your presence, your life. Because every moment spent reliving yesterday is a moment unavailable for today. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from winning every battle. Peace comes from knowing which battles no longer deserve your presence. And as the dust finally settles on those old conflicts, another hidden habit begins to reveal itself. One that quietly reopens wounds, even after the battlefield has been abandoned, causing the mind to revisit pain again and again without realizing why. As the old battlefield grows quieter and the mind slowly learns that it no longer needs to fight every past conflict, another mystery begins to emerge. If some wounds are already closed, why do they still hurt? Why does a memory that seemed healed suddenly return with unexpected force? Why can a single comment, a familiar place, a certain song, or even a random thought reopen emotions that seemed buried long ago? The answer reveals one of the most powerful habits of the human mind. Many emotional wounds are not reopened by life, they are reopened by repetition. The mind has a tendency to revisit emotional injuries in the same way the tongue keeps touching a sore tooth, not because it enjoys the discomfort, but because part of it is still searching for resolution. This happens so automatically that most people never notice it. A painful memory appears. The mind immediately begins examining it. It asks questions. Why did that happen? What could I have done differently? Why did they treat me that way? What if things had turned out another way? At first, this feels like reflection, but often it becomes something very different. It becomes emotional recycling. The same pain gets processed over and over without ever reaching a new conclusion. The mind keeps returning to the wound, hoping that one more visit will finally create peace. Instead, each visit strengthens the pathway back to the pain. Modern psychology has a term for this pattern. It is often called rumination. The Stoics recognized the same habit thousands of years ago, even if they used different words. They understood that the mind often becomes trapped in circles. Rather than moving forward, it walks the same emotional path repeatedly. Every journey ends exactly where it began. No new wisdom, no new solution, only renewed suffering. Marcus Aurelius frequently warned himself against becoming trapped in repetitive mental loops. He understood that the mind can become its own source of injury. An event happens once, the mind experiences it hundreds of times. This is why some people carry emotional pain for decades. Not because the original event remains active, but because the mind keeps reviving it. Think about a campfire. If no wood is added, eventually the fire burns out. But if fresh wood is continuously placed onto the flames, the fire continues burning. Many emotional wounds survive because fresh attention keeps feeding them. Every replay becomes another piece of wood. Every obsession becomes another piece of wood. Every mental argument becomes another piece of wood. Without realizing it, people sustain the very pain they desperately want to escape. What makes this especially difficult is that the mind often believes it is helping. It thinks it is solving a problem. It thinks it is protecting you from future harm. It thinks it is preparing you for similar situations. In reality, it is often doing the opposite. It is keeping the nervous system attached to something that no longer exists. The body cannot always distinguish between a real threat and a vividly remembered one. When an old wound is repeatedly revisited, the body reacts accordingly. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, breathing changes, emotional discomfort returns. The original injury may belong to the past, but the body's reaction belongs to the present. This is why healing requires more than understanding what happened. It requires changing how you relate to the memory itself. The Stoics never taught people to suppress painful memories. Suppression creates its own problems. What they taught was observation without attachment. There is a profound difference. Suppression says, I must not think about this. Attachment says, I cannot stop thinking about this. Observation says, "The memory is here, but I do not have to become lost inside it." This middle path creates freedom. When a painful memory appears, you do not fight it. You do not chase it. You simply recognize it. You allow it to exist without feeding it additional energy. At first, this feels almost impossible. The mind has spent years strengthening the habit of revisiting wounds. But habits can be changed. Every time you choose observation over obsession, a new pathway begins forming. Every time you refuse to follow the familiar spiral, the old pattern weakens. Over time, something remarkable happens. The memory may still exist, but it stops controlling your emotional state. It becomes part of your history rather than the center of your attention. This is where many people make an important discovery. They realize they were never truly trapped by the wound itself. They were trapped by their relationship with the wound. The event happened. That cannot be changed, but the repeated mental return trips were optional. Not easy to stop, but optional. Seneca observed that suffering is often prolonged by our own participation. This does not mean people choose pain consciously. It means the mind develops habits that unintentionally keep pain alive. The good news is that habits can be unlearned. You do not need to erase every painful memory. You do not need perfect emotional control. You simply need to stop reopening every closed door. Some chapters deserve respect, but they do not deserve permanent residence inside your attention. Some wounds deserve acknowledgement, but they do not deserve endless revisiting. Healing often begins when you stop asking the wound to give you something it cannot provide. The past cannot give you certainty. The past cannot give you different outcomes. The past cannot give you the life that might have been. It can only offer lessons. And once those lessons have been learned, repeatedly returning to the injury serves no purpose. As this understanding begins settling into the mind, another hidden source of exhaustion quietly comes into view, one that causes people to constantly monitor, evaluate, criticize, and measure themselves, creating a burden so common that most never realize how much energy it consumes every single day. As the mind learns to stop reopening old wounds, another hidden habit begins revealing itself. It is quieter than rumination, more socially accepted than anxiety. In fact, many people mistake it for responsibility, self-awareness, or personal growth. But when left unchecked, it becomes one of the most exhausting prisons a person can live inside. The prison of constantly watching yourself. There is a question that silently drains millions of people every day. How am I doing? At first, that question seems harmless, but for many people it never stops. Am I successful enough? Am I respected enough? Am I attractive enough? Am I productive enough? Am I improving fast enough? Am I saying the right things? Am I making the right decisions? The mind becomes a permanent evaluator, constantly measuring, comparing, judging, and analyzing every aspect of life. And eventually a person stops living their life. They start monitoring it. This is one of the great hidden sources of modern exhaustion. Many people are not tired because life is difficult. They are tired because they never stop examining themselves. Every action becomes a performance review. Every conversation becomes an investigation. Every mistake becomes evidence. Every success becomes something to evaluate. Instead of experiencing life directly, they stand outside themselves, acting as both judge and defendant. The Stoics understood this trap long before modern psychology gave it a name. They knew that excessive self-focus creates suffering, not because self-reflection is bad. Healthy reflection is valuable. But there is a difference between reflection and obsession. Reflection helps you learn. Obsession keeps you trapped. Reflection asks useful questions. Obsession demands impossible certainty. Many people spend years trapped inside this cycle. They replay conversations after they happen. They wonder whether they sounded intelligent enough. They analyze facial expressions. They search for signs of approval or rejection. They examine every decision from multiple angles. Then they wonder why peace feels so distant. The answer is simple. A mind that is constantly evaluating itself never gets to rest. Imagine trying to sleep while someone shines a flashlight in your eyes every few seconds. That is what constant self-monitoring feels like to the mind. Just when peace begins to appear, another evaluation begins. Another judgment, another comparison, another internal review. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that freedom begins when we stop placing our worth in things outside our control. This lesson becomes especially important here. Many forms of self-evaluation are actually disguised attempts to control how others perceive us. We monitor ourselves because we want approval. We analyze ourselves because we fear rejection. We judge ourselves because we believe perfection will protect us from criticism. But no amount of self-monitoring can guarantee acceptance. No amount of analysis can eliminate uncertainty. No amount of perfection can remove human vulnerability. The mind keeps working harder and harder toward a goal it can never fully achieve. And so the exhaustion continues. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that he did not need to impress anyone. He did not need universal approval. He did not need constant validation. His task was simple: live according to virtue, do what is right, leave the rest alone. There is tremendous freedom in this approach. Most people are carrying invisible scorecards. They measure themselves constantly. They compare their appearance, intelligence, achievements, relationships, finances, and progress against other people. Even when something good happens, the scorecard remains active. A promotion arrives. The mind asks if someone else received a better one. A goal is achieved. The mind asks why it took so long. A compliment is received. The mind questions whether it was sincere. Nothing feels enough because the evaluation never ends. The Stoics recognized that peace becomes impossible when self-worth depends on endless measurement. A person who constantly evaluates themselves eventually loses touch with simple presence. They cannot enjoy a moment without assessing it. They cannot appreciate progress without questioning it. They cannot rest without feeling guilty. Their attention becomes trapped inside a never-ending courtroom where they are always on trial. The tragedy is that much of this judgment is unnecessary. Most people are far harsher toward themselves than anyone else would ever be. They demand impossible standards. They expect flawless performance. They criticize mistakes that others would quickly forgive. And over time, this creates chronic tension. The nervous system remains alert because it never feels safe from criticism. Even when nobody else is judging them, they continue the job themselves. This is why letting go of constant self-evaluation feels so strange at first. Many people fear that if they stop judging themselves, they will become lazy or careless. The opposite is often true. When judgment softens, clarity increases. When self-criticism decreases, energy returns. When the inner courtroom closes, attention becomes available for life itself. The Stoics did not teach people to ignore their flaws. They taught people to see their flaws without becoming consumed by them. There is wisdom in recognizing mistakes. There is suffering in building your identity around them. A peaceful mind does not require perfection. It requires perspective. It requires understanding that your value as a human being is not determined by a constant stream of internal evaluations. You are allowed to learn without attacking yourself. You are allowed to improve without condemning yourself. You are allowed to make mistakes without placing your entire worth on trial. And perhaps the deepest freedom comes when you realize that life was never meant to be lived from the judge's chair. It was meant to be lived directly, to experience, to grow, to learn, to move forward, not while constantly measuring every step, but while fully inhabiting it. As this burden of self-evaluation begins to loosen, another source of hidden suffering quietly emerges from the shadows, a habit so common that most people consider it normal, even though it steals enormous amounts of peace every single day, the exhausting need to be understood by everyone around them. As the habit of constant self-evaluation begins to loosen its grip, another hidden source of suffering quietly steps into view. It is a burden so common that most people never question it. They simply carry it for years, believing it is necessary. The need to be understood. At first, this desire seems completely reasonable. Who doesn't want to be understood? Who doesn't want others to see their intentions, recognize their struggles, and appreciate their perspective? The desire itself is natural. The problem begins when peace becomes dependent on it. There is a particular kind of pain that appears when someone misunderstands you. Perhaps they judged your actions without knowing your reasons. Perhaps they assumed the worst about your intentions. Perhaps they believed a version of you that was never true. And suddenly, the mind begins working. It prepares explanations. It creates arguments. It rehearses conversations. It imagines opportunities to finally prove the truth. Days pass, weeks pass, sometimes years pass, and part of the mind is still standing there, trying to convince someone to understand. This is where emotional wounds often remain open far longer than necessary. Not because the original event was so devastating, but because the mind keeps returning to it in search of validation. The Stoics understood something that most people spend their entire lives learning. You cannot control what another person chooses to believe. You can offer truth. You can speak honestly. You can act with integrity. But beyond that, their interpretation belongs to them. This truth is difficult to accept because the ego wants resolution. The ego wants everyone to see things exactly as we do. It wants fairness. It wants acknowledgement. It wants the world to confirm that we were right all along. But life rarely works this way. Many people spend years carrying emotional pain because they are waiting for a moment that may never arrive. An apology that never comes. Recognition that never comes. Understanding that never comes. Validation that never comes. Their healing becomes dependent upon another person's actions. And in doing so, they unknowingly hand away their freedom. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that other people's opinions exist outside his control. Their judgments belonged to them. Their assumptions belonged to them. Their misunderstandings belonged to them. His responsibility was not to manage their thoughts. His responsibility was to manage his own character. There is enormous peace hidden inside that distinction. Many people exhaust themselves trying to enter another person's mind. They want to explain themselves perfectly. They want everyone to understand their motives. They want every misunderstanding corrected. But the reality is that every human being sees the world through their own experiences, fears, beliefs, and limitations. Even two people witnessing the same event often leave with completely different interpretations. This means perfect understanding is often impossible, yet countless people continue chasing it. The mind says, if only they understood me, then I could finally move on. But years pass and the wound remains, not because understanding is missing, because permission to move on is missing. The Stoics would ask a powerful question. Why are you waiting for someone else's understanding before allowing yourself peace? This question cuts directly to the heart of the problem. Many people unknowingly make their emotional freedom conditional. They tell themselves, I can heal when they apologize. I can heal when they admit they were wrong. I can heal when they finally see my side. The tragedy is that life offers no guarantee these things will ever happen. And if healing depends upon them, suffering continues indefinitely. Seneca understood that emotional independence is one of life's greatest strengths, not because other people's opinions do not matter at all, but because your inner peace cannot survive if it depends entirely upon them. A person who needs constant understanding becomes emotionally vulnerable to every misunderstanding. A single criticism can ruin their day. A false assumption can occupy their thoughts for weeks. A careless comment can reopen old wounds. Their emotional state becomes tied to forces they cannot control. This creates enormous instability. The Stoic path points in another direction. It teaches that integrity matters more than interpretation. You know your intentions, you know your efforts, you know the truth of your character. That must become enough, not because others will always misunderstand you. Many people will understand you. Many people will appreciate you. Many people will see your heart clearly, but some never will, and your peace cannot wait for unanimous approval. One of the most liberating moments in life arrives when you realize that being misunderstood does not diminish your worth. A misunderstanding is not an identity. A false judgment is not a verdict. Another person's opinion is not a definition of who you are. The need to constantly defend yourself begins to fade. The urge to explain every action begins to soften. The endless mental rehearsals begin losing their power. You stop carrying the burden of convincing everyone, and in that space, something beautiful emerges. Freedom. The freedom to live honestly without constant justification. The freedom to let people hold their opinions without making them your responsibility. The freedom to stop reopening wounds simply because someone failed to see your truth. Perhaps the greatest lesson is this. Not everyone needs to understand your journey for your journey to be valid. Not everyone needs to recognize your growth for your growth to be real. Not everyone needs to approve of your choices for your choices to be worthwhile. Peace begins when you stop asking the world to confirm what your own soul already knows. And as this need for validation gradually releases its hold on the mind, another hidden pattern begins to reveal itself. One that quietly steals attention, drains emotional energy, and keeps countless people trapped in old offenses they should have forgotten long ago. The habit of collecting insults and carrying them everywhere they go. As the need to be understood begins to loosen its grip, another subtle habit comes into focus. It is a habit so common that many people mistake it for wisdom. They believe they are protecting themselves. They believe they are learning from experience. But in reality, they are carrying a growing collection of emotional weight. They are collecting insults, every criticism, every rude comment, every moment of disrespect, every careless word, every rejection, every slight. The mind stores them away as if they are valuable possessions. Years later, some people can still remember a single hurtful sentence spoken decades ago. They remember the tone of voice, the facial expression, the exact words, the emotion attached to the moment. Meanwhile, hundreds of compliments, acts of kindness, and moments of appreciation have been forgotten. Why does this happen? Because the human mind is naturally designed to pay more attention to threats than comforts. Long ago, this helped our ancestors survive. Remembering danger increased the chances of staying alive. But in modern life, this same tendency often becomes a source of suffering. The mind starts treating every insult as if it were an emergency. Every criticism becomes evidence. Every offense becomes a permanent record. Every rude encounter gets stored inside an invisible archive. And over time, that archive becomes heavy. Many people are not exhausted because life has been cruel to them. They are exhausted because they have become historians of every offense they have ever experienced. The Stoics recognized this pattern thousands of years ago. They understood that emotional peace requires selective attention. Not everything deserves a permanent place inside the mind. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that other people's actions reveal their character, not his. This simple idea contains tremendous freedom. Think about how much suffering comes from carrying other people's mistakes. Someone speaks carelessly. You carry the memory for years. Someone behaves unfairly. You replay it for months. Someone insults you during a moment of anger. You continue the conversation inside your head long after they have forgotten it happened. Who continues suffering? Often only you. The person who caused the offense may have moved on within minutes. Meanwhile, the injured mind keeps revisiting the event, polishing it, analyzing it, strengthening it. The insult becomes larger with every replay. Seneca understood that a person becomes vulnerable when they allow every external event to enter their inner world. Imagine your mind as a house. Would you invite every stranger inside? Would you hand every passerby the keys? Would you allow every visitor to rearrange the furniture? Of course not. Yet many people allow complete strangers to occupy their minds simply because of a careless comment. One criticism ruins their entire day. One insult steals their peace. One negative opinion overshadows 10 positive experiences. The Stoics developed something that can be called emotional immunity. Not emotional numbness, not emotional suppression. Immunity. There is a difference. A person with emotional immunity still notices insults. They still hear criticism. They still experience disappointment. But they do not automatically absorb every offense. They examine it first. Is it true? Can it help me improve? If yes, they learn from it. If not, they let it pass. This approach is incredibly powerful because it prevents the mind from becoming a storage facility for unnecessary pain. Most insults lose their power when they are not mentally preserved. Think about a spark landing on dry wood. If you immediately add more wood, the fire grows. If you leave it alone, the spark dies. Many offenses survive because attention keeps feeding them. The original comment may have lasted 5 seconds. The mental replay lasts 5 years. The Stoics refused to provide that fuel. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by the meaning they attach to them. An insult only becomes devastating when the mind accepts it as important. This does not mean every criticism should be ignored. Sometimes criticism contains valuable truth. Sometimes another person sees a weakness we need to address. Wisdom requires honesty, but there is a difference between learning from criticism and collecting it. One leads to growth, the other leads to bitterness. Many people spend years carrying emotional scars created not by major tragedies, but by accumulated offenses. A teacher's comment, a parent's criticism, a stranger's opinion, a co-worker's remark, a friend's rejection. None of these events alone destroyed their peace. The archive destroyed their peace. The endless collection of hurts, the unwillingness to release them, the belief that every offense deserved permanent storage. Marcus Aurelius understood that people often act according to their own fears, ignorance, insecurities, and limitations. When someone behaves badly, they reveal something about themselves, not necessarily something about you. This perspective creates enormous emotional freedom. Instead of asking, "How could they say that about me?" you begin asking, "Why should I carry this any longer?" That question changes everything, because many insults survive only through continued attention. The moment attention is withdrawn, their influence begins fading. The mind becomes lighter, less crowded, less reactive, less vulnerable to every passing opinion. You no longer feel responsible for carrying every careless word spoken by others. You stop building museums dedicated to old offenses. You stop preserving emotional injuries as though they are precious artifacts. Instead, you learn one of the most powerful Stoic skills of all. You learn to let things pass through you without becoming part of you. And as this emotional immunity begins strengthening, another hidden habit quietly reveals itself, one that consumes enormous mental energy every day, keeping countless people trapped inside imaginary conversations, rehearsed arguments, and endless explanations that never actually happen. As the mind learns to stop collecting insults and carrying every offense into the future, another hidden drain on inner peace begins to reveal itself. It is quieter than anger, less obvious than anxiety. Yet it steals enormous amounts of energy every single day. It happens in the privacy of the mind. No one sees it, no one hears it, but countless hours are lost to it. Imaginary conversations. A person is driving home, yet they are arguing with someone who is not there. They are lying in bed, yet they are explaining themselves to someone who is not listening. They are taking a walk, yet they are defending their reputation before an audience that exists only inside their head. The body is in the present. The mind is somewhere else entirely. This habit is so common that many people consider it normal. They assume everyone spends large portions of life rehearsing future arguments, revisiting old conversations, and preparing explanations that may never be needed. But the Stoics saw this differently. They understood that every moment spent living in imaginary conflicts is a moment stolen from reality. Think about how often the mind creates these mental scenes. Someone says something that bothers you. Hours later, you are still responding to them. Except the conversation is over. Now it exists only inside your head. You think of the perfect comeback, the perfect explanation, the perfect defense, the perfect speech that finally proves your point. Yet none of it changes what already happened. And most of the time, none of it ever gets spoken aloud. The mind becomes trapped inside a theater of endless rehearsals. The strange thing is that these conversations often feel productive. They feel like preparation. They feel like problem solving. They feel like self-protection. But if you examine them carefully, most of them accomplish very little. The same points get repeated. The same emotions get triggered. The same scenarios get replayed. The mind walks in circles while convincing itself it is moving forward. Marcus Aurelius understood that much of human suffering comes from adding unnecessary layers to reality. An event happens. Then the mind creates dozens of additional versions of that event. A criticism becomes 20 imaginary responses. A disagreement becomes 100 mental debates. A future possibility becomes an entire fictional story. Before long, a person is no longer dealing with reality. They are dealing with imagination. And imagination can become far more exhausting than reality itself. Many people carry mental fatigue not because their lives are unusually difficult, but because they are constantly participating in conversations that do not exist. Think about the emotional cost. Every imaginary argument activates real emotions. The body does not always distinguish between a real confrontation and a vividly imagined one. Your heart rate changes, your muscles tense. Stress hormones increase. The nervous system reacts as though the event is happening now. All because of a conversation occurring entirely within thought. This is why some people feel drained after spending an evening alone. Nothing happened externally, but internally they fought 10 battles, defended themselves 20 times, explained their actions 30 times, replayed old conflicts 40 times. The mind worked overtime while the body sat still. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when we focus only on what is within our control. Imaginary conversations often violate this principle completely. Why? Because they are usually attempts to control something uncontrollable. We want someone to understand us. We want someone to agree with us. We want someone to regret what they did. We want someone to finally see our perspective. Since we cannot control those outcomes directly, the mind creates simulations. It rehearses, it predicts, it negotiates, it argues, it explains. Yet despite all that effort, nothing changes. The conversation remains imaginary. The desired outcome remains uncertain, and the energy is gone. The Stoics recognized a powerful truth. Most explanations are not nearly as necessary as we think. Most defenses are not nearly as important as we imagine. Most arguments do not need to be won. The ego often believes that peace will arrive once everyone understands us, agrees with us, or validates our perspective. But peace rarely arrives that way. Peace arrives when the need for those things begins to weaken. A remarkable shift occurs when you stop participating in every mental rehearsal. You notice the conversation beginning. You recognize the familiar urge to explain yourself. You see the argument forming, and instead of entering it, you let it pass. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind is accustomed to engagement. It wants resolution. It wants certainty. It wants the final word. But gradually you realize something important. Not every thought deserves a response. Not every mental invitation requires attendance. Not every conversation needs to continue. Seneca often spoke about conserving inner resources. Most people think of energy as physical. The Stoics knew that mental energy is equally valuable. Attention is precious. Focus is precious. Peace is precious. And every imaginary conversation consumes a little of all three. The more you protect your attention, the calmer the mind becomes. The less you rehearse, the more present you become. The less you explain yourself internally, the more freedom you experience externally. Eventually, something beautiful begins to happen. The silence that once felt uncomfortable starts feeling restorative. The urge to mentally defend yourself starts fading. The endless courtroom inside the mind grows quiet. And for the first time in a long while, your attention returns to the only place where life is actually happening. Right here, right now. Not in yesterday's argument, not in tomorrow's explanation, but in this moment. And as the noise of those imaginary conversations begins to disappear, another deeper source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows. The tendency to resist reality itself, creating pain not from what happens, but from the refusal to accept that it has happened. As the mind slowly releases its addiction to imaginary conversations, another invisible burden begins to reveal itself. It is one of the oldest burdens human beings carry, and yet few people ever question it. The burden of reputation, the burden of wondering what everyone thinks, the burden of trying to manage opinions that were never truly yours to control. Many people spend decades carrying this weight without realizing how much of their peace it steals. A surprising number of life decisions are influenced by this fear, not because something feels right, not because something aligns with personal values, but because of a simple question that quietly follows them everywhere. What will people think? That question influences careers, relationships, dreams, goals, choices, even the way people speak, dress, and express themselves. Entire lives can be shaped around avoiding judgment. And yet the tragic irony is that judgment never completely disappears. No matter what you do, someone will approve, someone will disagree, someone will misunderstand, someone will criticize. The Stoics understood this reality better than most. Marcus Aurelius was the ruler of an empire. Millions of people had opinions about him. Some praised him, some hated him, some questioned his decisions, some admired his character. Yet he constantly reminded himself of a simple truth. Other people's opinions belong to them, not to you. This lesson sounds simple, but it is incredibly difficult to live. Most people unknowingly hand pieces of their emotional well-being to strangers. A compliment makes them feel valuable. A criticism makes them feel worthless. Approval creates confidence. Disapproval creates doubt. Their emotional state rises and falls according to the opinions of others. In effect, they become prisoners of reputation. The prison is invisible, but it is powerful. Think about how much mental energy gets spent worrying about appearances. How did I come across? Did they like me? Did I say the wrong thing? What are they thinking about me now? Do they respect me? Do they approve? These thoughts may seem harmless individually, but repeated over years, they create tremendous psychological strain. The mind becomes a full-time public relations manager, constantly monitoring image, constantly managing perception, constantly adjusting behavior based on imagined judgments. Eventually, a person stops living authentically. They begin performing. The Stoics recognized that this performance creates suffering because it places peace in the hands of other people. And other people are unpredictable. Their opinions change. Their moods change. Their perspectives change. Their understanding is limited. Building self-worth upon something so unstable guarantees anxiety. Epictetus often taught that freedom begins when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled. Few things are less controllable than another person's opinion. You can act with integrity. You can speak honestly. You can behave kindly. But after that, their judgment belongs to them. The moment you accept this, a tremendous amount of pressure begins to disappear. You no longer need universal approval. You no longer need every person to agree with your choices. You no longer need everyone to understand your path. This does not mean becoming careless. The Stoics did not encourage arrogance. They did not teach people to ignore feedback completely. Wisdom still listens. Wisdom still learns. Wisdom still considers useful criticism, but wisdom does not become enslaved by opinion. There is a profound difference. Many people spend years trying to protect a reputation that exists mostly inside their own imagination. They fear embarrassment. They fear criticism. They fear being judged. Yet if they look honestly, they will notice something remarkable. Most people are thinking about themselves far more than they are thinking about you. Everyone is carrying their own worries, their own insecurities, their own fears, their own struggles. The audience we fear is often far smaller than we imagine. Seneca observed that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. This is especially true when it comes to reputation. A person may spend weeks worrying about how they appear. Meanwhile, nobody is paying nearly as much attention as they assume. The mind creates a spotlight, then spends years standing beneath it. The Stoics stepped out of that spotlight. They focused on character instead of reputation. Character is within your control. Reputation is not. Character depends on your actions. Reputation depends on other people's interpretations. Character remains stable. Reputation changes constantly. This distinction creates immense freedom. Instead of asking, "What do people think of me?" you begin asking, "Am I living according to my values?" Instead of chasing approval, you pursue integrity. Instead of managing appearances, you cultivate character. One path creates anxiety, the other creates peace. Perhaps the greatest cost of reputation is not the stress it creates. It is the life it prevents. How many dreams remain unexplored because of fear of judgment? How many opportunities are abandoned because someone might criticize? How many authentic parts of ourselves remain hidden because we fear what others might think? The burden of reputation often convinces people to shrink, to stay silent, to play small, to seek safety rather than truth. The Stoics refused to live this way. They understood that a meaningful life requires courage. The courage to be misunderstood, the courage to be criticized, the courage to disappoint expectations, the courage to remain true to yourself even when approval is absent. And when that courage begins to grow, something remarkable happens. The opinions of others start losing their power, not because they disappear, but because they no longer determine your worth. You stop carrying the exhausting responsibility of managing everyone's perception. You stop chasing validation. You stop measuring yourself through borrowed eyes. And for the first time in a long time, you experience something that reputation can never provide. Freedom. The freedom to live honestly. The freedom to act according to your values. The freedom to let others think what they will. And as this burden finally begins to lift, another hidden source of suffering quietly comes into view. A struggle that has exhausted human beings for centuries. The endless battle against reality itself, and the deep peace that becomes possible when that battle finally ends. As the burden of reputation begins to loosen, another source of suffering quietly reveals itself. It sits beneath many of our worries, many of our frustrations, and many of our disappointments. The belief that we should be perfect, not perfect in every way perhaps, just a little smarter, a little stronger, a little more successful, a little more disciplined, a little more admired, a little more in control. And so the mind creates standards that no human being can fully meet. Then it spends years punishing itself for failing to reach them. This is one of the great hidden causes of mental exhaustion. Many people believe stress comes from having too much to do. Sometimes stress comes from demanding too much of yourself. The nervous system was never designed to live under constant judgment. Yet countless people wake up every morning already feeling behind. They measure themselves against impossible expectations. They compare their real lives to ideal versions that exist only in their imagination. No matter how much they accomplish, it never feels sufficient. No matter how hard they try, they always find another flaw. No matter how far they come, they focus on how far they still have to go. The finish line keeps moving. The pressure never ends, and the body pays the price. The shoulders remain tense. The jaw remains tight. The mind remains restless. The heart never fully relaxes. Because somewhere deep inside, there is a voice constantly saying, "Not enough, not yet. Try harder, do better, be more." The Stoics understood something that many people spend their entire lives overlooking. Human beings are not meant to be perfect. They are meant to be human. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself of this constantly. Even as Emperor of Rome, he made mistakes. He became frustrated. He experienced doubt. He struggled with difficult emotions. Yet he never expected himself to become something beyond human nature. He understood that wisdom is not the absence of flaws. Wisdom is learning how to live peacefully alongside them. Many people believe perfection will finally bring peace. The Stoics saw the opposite. The pursuit of perfection often destroys peace. Because perfection is not a destination. It is a moving target. The closer you get, the more distant it becomes. There is always another improvement to make, another weakness to fix, another achievement to chase, another standard to reach. The nervous system never receives permission to rest. It remains trapped in a state of constant striving, constant correction, constant pressure. Imagine carrying a backpack every day filled with stones. Each stone represents an expectation. You should never fail. You should never make mistakes. You should never disappoint anyone. You should always know what to do. You should always be productive. You should always be strong. Year after year, the backpack becomes heavier. Eventually, carrying it feels normal. You forget what lightness feels like. Many people live this way without realizing it. They have become so accustomed to self-pressure that they mistake it for responsibility. But responsibility and perfectionism are not the same thing. Responsibility says, I will do my best. Perfectionism says, my best is never enough. Responsibility creates growth. Perfectionism creates anxiety. Responsibility encourages effort. Perfectionism creates fear. Responsibility accepts mistakes as part of learning. Perfectionism treats mistakes as evidence of inadequacy. This distinction matters because the nervous system responds differently to each mindset. A person who accepts imperfection feels safe enough to learn. A person obsessed with perfection feels constantly threatened. Every mistake becomes a danger. Every failure becomes a verdict. Every setback becomes proof of unworthiness. Living this way keeps the body trapped in chronic stress. The Stoics offered a gentler path, not a path of laziness, not a path of mediocrity, a path of realistic humanity. Epictetus taught that our role is not to control outcomes perfectly. Our role is to act wisely within the limits of what we can control. This idea creates enormous relief. You do not need to execute every plan flawlessly. You do not need to avoid every mistake. You do not need to become a flawless version of yourself before deserving peace. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to be learning. You are allowed to have strengths and weaknesses at the same time. This acceptance calms something deep inside the mind. The endless struggle begins softening. The constant self-correction starts slowing down. The nervous system receives a message it rarely hears. You are safe, not because you are perfect, but because perfection was never required. There is something profoundly healing about accepting human imperfection. It allows you to stop fighting reality. Reality includes mistakes. Reality includes uncertainty. Reality includes limitations. Reality includes moments when you fall short. The more you resist these truths, the more exhausted you become. The more you accept them, the more peaceful you become. Seneca once observed that we suffer more from our expectations than from reality itself. This is especially true when those expectations are impossible. The mind creates an ideal version of life, then punishes reality for failing to match it. The Stoics chose another approach. They embraced reality as it was, including themselves, including their flaws, including their limitations, including their humanity. And in doing so, they discovered something remarkable. Peace does not arrive when you finally become perfect. Peace arrives when you stop demanding perfection from yourself. The deepest rest is not found in flawless performance. It is found in acceptance. Acceptance that you are growing. Acceptance that you are learning. Acceptance that being human was never a problem that needed solving. And as this deep acceptance begins calming the nervous system, another hidden source of suffering quietly comes into view, a habit so deeply rooted that most people never question it. The tendency to resist reality itself, creating pain not from what happens, but from wishing it had happened differently. As the pressure of perfection begins to soften, a deeper truth slowly comes into view. Many people believe their suffering is caused entirely by what happens to them. They believe the pain comes from the loss, the disappointment, the failure, the rejection, or the unexpected turn of events. But the Stoics discovered something that changes the way we understand emotional pain. Very often, the deepest suffering does not come from reality itself. It comes from resisting reality. There is a quiet battle taking place inside countless minds every day. Not a battle against circumstances, a battle against what already is. Life unfolds in a certain way. The mind says it should have happened differently. Someone leaves. The mind says they should have stayed. An opportunity disappears. The mind says it should have worked out. A mistake is made. The mind says it should never have happened. A difficult season arrives. The mind says life should be easier than this. And so begins an invisible struggle. Reality moves in one direction. The mind pulls in another. The greater the resistance, the greater the suffering. Think about how often emotional pain is connected to the word should. Life should be fair. People should understand me. Things should go according to plan. I should not have failed. They should not have treated me that way. This should not be happening. Each of these thoughts creates tension because they place the mind in conflict with reality. The event has already happened. Reality has already moved forward. But the mind remains behind, arguing with what cannot be changed. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He reminded himself repeatedly that reality does not ask for our permission before unfolding. Events happen. People make choices. Circumstances change. The weather shifts. Plans fail. Life moves according to its own nature. The question is not whether reality will unfold. The question is whether we will spend our energy fighting it. Many people unknowingly spend years doing exactly that. A relationship ends. The event lasts a day. The resistance lasts a decade. A mistake is made. The event lasts a moment. The resistance lasts for years. A painful chapter closes. Reality moves on. The mind refuses to. This is why some wounds remain active long after the event itself has ended. The pain is being continuously fueled by resistance. Imagine trying to swim against a powerful river. The harder you fight the current, the more exhausted you become. Eventually, the suffering is no longer coming from the river. It is coming from the struggle against it. This is how emotional resistance works. Reality is the river. Resistance is the fight. The Stoics never taught passive surrender. They never taught people to stop improving their lives. What they taught was something far wiser. Accept reality first, then act wisely within it. Many people reverse the order. They resist reality first, then they try to act. But resistance clouds judgment. It drains energy. It narrows perspective. A person trapped in resistance cannot see clearly because part of their attention is consumed by wishing reality were different. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins by distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. This principle becomes incredibly powerful here. The past is not within your control. Other people's choices are not within your control. Unexpected events are not within your control. The fact that something happened is not within your control. Your response is, your perspective is, your next step is. When attention shifts toward these things, suffering begins to decrease. Not because life suddenly becomes easy, because the mind stops wasting energy fighting unwinnable battles. One of the greatest sources of emotional pain is the fantasy of an alternative reality. People often suffer not because of what happened, but because they remain attached to what could have happened. The career that never materialized, the relationship that never worked, the opportunity that disappeared, the version of life they expected. The mind creates these alternative timelines and compares them endlessly to reality. And reality always loses the comparison because imagination has no flaws. But peace is never found inside imaginary lives. Peace is found inside the life that actually exists. This does not mean pretending disappointment does not hurt. The Stoics never denied human emotions. They simply recognized that pain and resistance are not the same thing. Pain is natural. Resistance is optional. Pain says, "This hurts." Resistance says, "This should not have happened." Pain passes through. Resistance stays. Pain teaches. Resistance traps. Pain is part of being human. Resistance is what turns pain into prolonged suffering. Seneca observed that fate leads the willing and drags the unwilling. There is profound wisdom in that statement. Reality moves forward whether we accept it or not. The only question is how much suffering we create while being dragged. Acceptance is not weakness. Acceptance is not giving up. Acceptance is seeing clearly. It is acknowledging what is already true. It is stopping the argument with reality. It is releasing the exhausting need for life to match our expectations before we allow ourselves peace. Something remarkable happens when this understanding begins to settle into the mind. The tension starts softening. The constant internal fight begins losing momentum. Energy that was trapped in resistance becomes available again. Clarity returns. Presence returns. Peace returns. Not because circumstances changed, but because the war against circumstances ended. And as this inner resistance gradually dissolves, another hidden source of exhaustion quietly emerges. One that keeps many people mentally occupied even when life is calm. The tendency to engage with problems that do not need solving, creating unnecessary suffering through constant mental participation. As the struggle against reality begins to fade, a surprising discovery often follows. Many people realize that a large portion of their suffering was never coming from reality itself. It was coming from their constant engagement with things they could not change. And this reveals a forgotten skill that has almost disappeared from modern life. The skill of mental non-participation. Most people know how to participate. They know how to react, how to worry, how to analyze, how to predict, how to argue, how to mentally wrestle with every problem that enters their awareness. But very few people know how to simply not engage. This is one of the deepest forms of wisdom the Stoics practiced. Not every problem deserves your attention. Not every thought deserves your involvement. Not every concern deserves a seat at your table. Yet many people spend their lives treating every mental visitor as an emergency. A worry appears. They immediately follow it. A fear appears. They immediately engage it. A possibility appears. They begin analyzing it for hours. The mind becomes like a person answering every knock at the door, no matter who arrives. And eventually, exhaustion becomes inevitable. Think about tonight. At this very moment, there may be problems in your life. There may be unanswered questions. There may be situations that remain uncertain. There may be challenges waiting for tomorrow. But how many of those things can actually be solved right now? The answer is often very few. Yet the mind behaves as if endless thinking will somehow produce immediate solutions. It keeps working, keeps searching, keeps worrying, keeps engaging, long after productive thinking has ended. This is where mental non-participation becomes powerful. The Stoics understood that there is a difference between awareness and involvement. You can be aware of a problem without becoming consumed by it. You can acknowledge uncertainty without obsessing over it. You can recognize difficulty without surrendering your peace. This distinction changes everything. Most people assume that if they stop mentally engaging with a problem, they are being irresponsible. The opposite is often true. Many problems become clearer when the mind stops attacking them. Think of muddy water. If you keep stirring it, the water remains cloudy. If you leave it alone, the mud slowly settles. The mind works similarly. Constant engagement often creates confusion. Stillness often creates clarity. Marcus Aurelius frequently practiced stepping back from unnecessary mental involvement. He understood that attention is one of life's most valuable resources. Where attention goes, energy follows. If attention is constantly given to unsolvable concerns, energy disappears. Peace disappears. Presence disappears. The mind becomes crowded with unfinished business. One of the greatest sources of mental fatigue comes from carrying problems that belong to another time. A problem for tomorrow gets dragged into tonight. A decision for next month gets dragged into today. An uncertainty that may never happen gets dragged into the present moment. The mind begins solving imaginary versions of future situations. Hours are spent preparing for outcomes that never arrive. Stress is generated by events that do not exist. This is not wisdom, it is unnecessary participation. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within your control right now. Not next week, not next year, not 10 different future scenarios, right now. This principle seems simple, but it is remarkably difficult because the mind enjoys feeling busy. Activity creates the illusion of control. Worry creates the illusion of preparation. Mental engagement creates the illusion of progress. Yet many people discover that after hours of worrying, nothing has actually changed. The problem remains. The solution remains unavailable. Only their energy has been depleted. The Stoics developed the ability to ask a powerful question. Can anything useful be done about this right now? If the answer was yes, they acted. If the answer was no, they practiced release. Not denial, not avoidance, release. There is wisdom in knowing when action is appropriate. There is equal wisdom in knowing when action is impossible. Many people know the first skill. Very few master the second. Imagine carrying a heavy suitcase everywhere you go, into every room, into every conversation, into every meal, into every moment of rest. Eventually, you become exhausted. Someone asks why you continue carrying it. You reply, because I might need it later. This is how many people carry their problems. They never set them down, even temporarily. Even when no action can be taken, even when rest is needed. The nervous system never receives permission to relax. The mind never receives permission to be still. The Stoics understood that strength is not constant engagement. Strength is knowing when engagement serves a purpose and when it merely creates suffering. Sometimes the wisest response is not solving, it is waiting. Sometimes the wisest response is not analyzing, it is observing. Sometimes the wisest response is not participation, it is stillness. This forgotten skill becomes especially important at night. Night was never meant to be a courtroom. It was never meant to be a strategy meeting. It was never meant to be a battlefield of endless thoughts. Night is when the mind repairs itself. Night is when the nervous system recovers. Night is when the soul remembers how to be quiet. But this can only happen when you stop demanding solutions from a mind that needs rest. The problems will still be there tomorrow if they require action. The decisions will still be there tomorrow if they require wisdom. The future will still arrive without your constant supervision. And perhaps that realization brings a deeper peace than any solution ever could. Because sometimes the greatest act of wisdom is not engaging. Sometimes it is allowing yourself to set the burden down, to step away, to become still. And as this forgotten skill begins to take root, another hidden pattern quietly emerges from the shadows, one that keeps countless people trapped between yesterday and tomorrow, preventing them from ever fully arriving in the only place where peace can actually be found, the present moment. As the mind learns the forgotten skill of non-participation, another hidden habit begins to reveal itself. It is so common that most people barely notice they are doing it. Their body lives in the present, but their mind lives somewhere else. Part of it is trapped in yesterday. Another part is already worrying about tomorrow. And very little of it remains here. This habit could be called emotional time travel. It happens when the mind repeatedly leaves the present moment to revisit old regrets or rehearse future fears. At first, it seems harmless. A memory appears, a concern arises, a possibility enters awareness. But before long, the mind has traveled far away from reality. It begins reliving events that no longer exist, or preparing for situations that have not yet arrived. And in both cases, peace disappears. The strange thing is that emotional time travel often feels productive. People believe they are learning from the past. They believe they are preparing for the future. Sometimes they are, but often they are simply becoming trapped between two worlds that do not exist. One is gone, the other has not arrived. The only place where life is actually happening is ignored. The present moment quietly waits while the mind wanders elsewhere. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to the present, not because the past was meaningless, not because the future was unimportant, but because action is only possible now, wisdom is only possible now, peace is only possible now. Yet countless people spend their days mentally elsewhere. A person sits at dinner thinking about mistakes from 10 years ago. A person takes a walk while worrying about events next month. A person lies in bed replaying old conversations and predicting future disasters. Their body is here. Their attention is not. This creates a subtle form of suffering. Because the nervous system responds to whatever the mind is focused upon. If attention is fixed on regret, the body experiences regret. If attention is fixed on fear, the body experiences fear. The present moment may be safe. The present moment may be peaceful, but the mind has traveled somewhere painful, and the body follows. This is why emotional time travel can be so exhausting. You are carrying experiences from multiple timelines simultaneously, the disappointment of the past, the anxiety of the future, the responsibilities of the present. Eventually, the weight becomes overwhelming. The Stoics understood that regret and fear often share the same root. Both involve resistance to uncertainty. Regret says, "I wish the past had been different." Fear says, "I need the future to unfold a certain way." Both place peace outside the present moment. Both create tension. Both pull attention away from reality. Seneca observed that many people spend life either remembering past troubles or anticipating future ones. Very few learn how to inhabit the present. This observation remains true today. Think about how much emotional energy is spent revisiting mistakes. The mind replays them endlessly. The wrong decision, the missed opportunity, the words that should have been said, the path that should have been taken. Each replay creates the illusion that the past can somehow be altered, but it cannot. No amount of mental travel changes yesterday. The only thing that changes is your current experience. Similarly, fear often creates an imagined future that feels completely real. The mind predicts problems, creates scenarios, builds stories, prepares for outcomes. Many of those outcomes never arrive, yet the emotional cost is paid in advance. People suffer today because of events that may never happen tomorrow. The Stoics saw this clearly. Epictetus taught that we should concern ourselves with what is before us rather than what exists only in imagination. This does not mean ignoring the future. Wise planning is valuable. But there is a difference between planning and worrying. Planning creates action. Worry creates tension. Planning ends when the task is complete. Worry continues endlessly. One serves life, the other drains it. The present moment possesses a quality that both the past and future lack. It is real. It is the only place where breath exists, the only place where choices can be made, the only place where peace can actually be experienced. Yet many people treat it like a waiting room. They postpone happiness until future conditions improve, or they postpone peace until old memories finally stop hurting. As a result, they miss the life unfolding directly in front of them. The Stoics practiced returning to the present repeatedly, not once, not occasionally, repeatedly. Whenever the mind drifted into unnecessary regret, they returned. Whenever the mind wandered into unnecessary fear, they returned. Again and again, like bringing a wandering traveler back home. Over time, this practice creates something remarkable. The past begins losing its grip. The future loses some of its intimidation. Attention becomes anchored. The nervous system relaxes. Life feels simpler. Not because problems disappear, because the mind stops living in multiple timelines at once. Perhaps one of the greatest misunderstandings about peace is believing it exists somewhere else, in a better future, in a corrected past, in different circumstances. The Stoics understood that peace has always existed in one place, here, now, in this breath, in this moment, in this reality. The moment emotional time travel slows down, something extraordinary happens. The ordinary becomes visible again. The simple becomes enough again. The present becomes a place worth inhabiting. And as attention settles more fully into the present, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows. One that keeps countless people exhausted, not because they are living their lives, but because they are constantly defending themselves against them. As the habit of emotional time travel begins to fade, another hidden burden often becomes visible. It is a burden many people have carried for so long that they no longer notice its weight. The burden of constantly defending themselves, defending their decisions, defending their choices, defending their past, defending their personality, defending their worth, defending their right to live the life they want to live. At first, this may seem reasonable. After all, everyone wants to be understood. Everyone wants to feel justified. Everyone wants to feel that their actions make sense. But there comes a point when self-defense stops being useful and starts becoming exhausting. Many people spend large portions of their lives preparing explanations. Someone might question their decision. They prepare an explanation. Someone might disagree with their lifestyle. They prepare an explanation. Someone might criticize their choices. They prepare an explanation. Even when nobody is asking questions, the mind rehearses answers. Even when nobody is attacking, the mind prepares a defense. This creates a subtle but constant tension. The nervous system remains alert because it feels as though it is always standing before a jury, always proving, always explaining, always justifying, always defending. Eventually, life starts feeling less like living and more like presenting evidence. The Stoics recognized this trap. They understood that much of human suffering comes from the endless need to secure approval from people whose approval can never fully satisfy us. Think about how often people explain themselves unnecessarily. Not because an explanation is needed, because they feel uncomfortable simply allowing their choices to exist. A person decides to change careers. Immediately they begin justifying it. A person chooses a different path from their friends. They begin explaining it. A person says no to something that does not align with their values. Again, they feel the need to defend the decision. The action itself is often simple. The mental defense creates the burden. Marcus Aurelius understood something that most people struggle to accept. Not everyone will approve of your decisions. Not everyone will understand your path. Not everyone will agree with your values. And none of those facts require endless justification. There is tremendous freedom in realizing that your life is not a courtroom. You are not on trial. Yet many people live as though they are. Every criticism becomes evidence against them. Every disagreement becomes something they must answer. Every misunderstanding becomes something they must correct. As a result, enormous amounts of energy get consumed. Energy that could have been used for living. Energy that could have been used for peace. Energy that could have been used for growth. Instead, it gets spent constructing arguments for an audience that often is not paying nearly as much attention as imagined. The Stoics often asked a simple question: is this within my control? Another person's agreement is not. Another person's interpretation is not. Another person's approval is not. If your peace depends upon these things, your peace becomes fragile. A single criticism can disturb you. A single misunderstanding can consume your thoughts. A single disagreement can ruin an otherwise peaceful day. This is why constant self-defense becomes so exhausting. It places your emotional state in the hands of other people, and other people are unpredictable. Their opinions change, their moods change, their perspectives change. Trying to secure permanent approval is like trying to hold water in your hands. No matter how tightly you grip it, it slips away. Seneca understood that a wise person does not spend life defending every accusation or correcting every misconception. Sometimes silence is stronger than explanation. Sometimes peace is more valuable than being right. Sometimes walking away preserves more energy than winning the argument. This does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean allowing others to mistreat you. It means recognizing the difference between necessary action and unnecessary defense. Many people have become so accustomed to defending themselves that they do it automatically. Someone disagrees, the defense begins. Someone questions them, the defense begins. Someone misunderstands them, the defense begins. The mind never rests because it is always preparing for battle. But not every disagreement is a battle. Not every misunderstanding requires correction. Not every opinion deserves a response. The Stoics developed a remarkable confidence that came from knowing their values. When you know who you are, constant defense becomes less necessary. When you trust your intentions, endless explanations lose their urgency. When your self-worth comes from character rather than approval, criticism loses much of its power. This is why inner tranquility grows when the need for justification begins to fade. You stop carrying the burden of convincing everyone. You stop feeling responsible for managing every perception. You stop treating every disagreement as a threat. A quiet confidence begins to emerge. Not arrogance, not stubbornness, something much deeper. A calm understanding that your life does not require universal approval. You can make choices without explaining every detail. You can follow your values without obtaining permission. You can move forward without winning every argument. You can allow people to misunderstand you and still remain at peace. This realization feels almost revolutionary to a mind that has spent years defending itself. The nervous system begins relaxing. The constant alertness softens. The endless preparation slows. For perhaps the first time in a very long time, there is nothing to prove, nothing to justify, nothing to defend, only a life to live. And as this burden gradually falls away, another hidden source of tension quietly comes into view. One that keeps countless people restless and dissatisfied, even when life is unfolding exactly as it should, the inability to allow life to remain unfinished. As the need to constantly defend yourself begins to fade, another hidden source of tension quietly reveals itself. It is not always obvious. It does not shout for attention. It simply lingers in the background of the mind, creating a subtle pressure that many people carry for years. The pressure for life to be complete, the pressure for everything to make sense, the pressure for every question to have an answer, the pressure for every chapter to have a satisfying ending. Most people spend much of their lives waiting for a sense of completion. They tell themselves they will finally relax when the problem is solved. They will finally feel at peace when the uncertainty disappears. They will finally be happy when life becomes settled. But something strange keeps happening. One chapter closes, another one opens. One problem gets solved. Another challenge arrives. One question receives an answer. A new question appears. Life keeps moving, and the feeling of completion remains just out of reach. This creates a hidden tension that many people never recognize. They are not fighting reality anymore. They are fighting incompleteness. The mind wants everything finished, everything resolved, everything certain, everything neatly tied together. Yet life rarely works that way. The Stoics understood that existence itself is unfinished. Every day contains unanswered questions. Every season contains uncertainty. Every human life contains loose ends. Trying to eliminate all incompleteness is like trying to stop the ocean from producing waves. The effort itself becomes the source of exhaustion. Think about how many people postpone peace until they feel complete. They wait until they have achieved enough, earned enough, learned enough, healed enough, fixed enough, understood enough. Only then, they tell themselves, will they allow themselves to rest. But the finish line keeps moving. The mind always discovers one more thing that needs attention, one more issue to solve, one more uncertainty to eliminate, one more area of life that feels unfinished. As a result, rest remains postponed, peace remains postponed, contentment remains postponed. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is a process, not a completed product. A tree is not anxious because it has not yet reached its final height. A river does not become frustrated because it has not yet reached the sea. Nature unfolds gradually. Yet human beings often expect themselves to arrive at some final state of completion, a state where all questions are answered, all problems are solved, all wounds are healed, all uncertainty disappears. The Stoics knew this destination does not exist, and there is tremendous freedom in accepting that. Many hidden forms of anxiety come from demanding closure where none currently exists. A person wants certainty about their future. Life remains uncertain. A person wants complete understanding of a past event. Some answers never arrive. A person wants every relationship to make sense. Human beings remain complex. The mind resists these realities. It demands completion. But reality offers process. This is why acceptance becomes so powerful, not because acceptance solves everything, because acceptance removes the unnecessary struggle against what cannot yet be finished. Seneca understood that much of human frustration comes from wanting life to move faster than it does. People want immediate clarity, immediate healing, immediate resolution, immediate certainty. But many important things unfold slowly. Wisdom unfolds slowly. Growth unfolds slowly. Trust unfolds slowly. Healing unfolds slowly. Life itself unfolds slowly. The moment you stop demanding immediate completion, a great deal of pressure disappears. You no longer need every answer today. You no longer need every uncertainty removed tonight. You no longer need every chapter closed before allowing yourself peace. You begin understanding that peace does not require completion. Peace requires acceptance. There is a profound difference. Imagine reading a book and refusing to continue until every mystery is explained. You would never reach the next chapter. You would remain stuck. Yet many people approach life this way. They refuse to move forward until the past fully makes sense, until every emotional wound feels perfectly resolved, until every uncertainty disappears, until every loose end is tied together. But life keeps inviting them forward. The Stoics accepted that some questions remain unanswered, some relationships remain unfinished, some dreams remain incomplete, some stories never receive perfect endings. And somehow life continues, not only continues, flourishes, because meaning is not found in perfect closure. Meaning is found in participation, in living, in growing, in experiencing, in continuing forward even when some pages remain unwritten. One of the deepest forms of maturity is learning to carry uncertainty without becoming consumed by it, to hold unanswered questions without demanding immediate solutions, to allow unfinished chapters to exist without constantly trying to force an ending. This softens something deep within the nervous system. The urgency begins to fade, the pressure begins to dissolve, the constant need for resolution begins to loosen. You stop treating life like a problem that must be completed. You start experiencing it as a journey that is constantly unfolding. And perhaps that is one of the most peaceful realizations a person can have. You do not need everything figured out tonight. You do not need every chapter finished. You do not need every answer before you sleep. Life has always been unfinished, and somehow that has never prevented it from being beautiful. As this acceptance begins settling into the mind, another hidden source of suffering quietly comes into view. One that shapes disappointment, frustration, resentment, and countless emotional struggles without most people ever noticing it. The invisible expectations we carry about how life, people, and circumstances should behave. As the mind begins accepting that life does not need to be completely finished in order to be peaceful, another hidden source of tension slowly comes into view. It is quieter than anxiety, more subtle than fear, yet it shapes countless disappointments, frustrations, and emotional wounds throughout life. Expectations. Not the expectations we speak aloud, the ones we never mention, the silent expectations, the invisible agreements we create inside our minds without ever telling anyone they exist. This person should appreciate me. That relationship should last. Life should reward my efforts. People should be more considerate. Things should go according to plan. The future should look a certain way. Most of the time, we do not even realize these expectations are there. We simply carry them, quietly, automatically, and then one day reality collides with them. That is when disappointment appears. Many people believe disappointment comes from what happened. The Stoics saw something deeper. Often disappointment comes from the gap between reality and expectation. The event itself may not be the source of suffering. The expectation attached to it often is. Think about how this works. You help someone repeatedly. Without realizing it, you begin expecting gratitude. When gratitude does not come, frustration appears. You invest your energy into a relationship. Without realizing it, you begin expecting certain behavior. When that behavior does not appear, disappointment arrives. You work hard toward a goal. Without realizing it, you begin expecting a particular outcome. When life unfolds differently, resentment begins growing. The pain often comes less from reality itself and more from the expectation reality failed to meet. Marcus Aurelius understood this principle well. He frequently reminded himself that people will sometimes act selfishly. People will sometimes misunderstand. People will sometimes disappoint. Life will sometimes unfold differently than expected. By acknowledging these realities beforehand, he reduced the shock that often creates suffering. Many people suffer not because life is difficult. They suffer because life refuses to follow the script they wrote for it, and life never agreed to follow that script. This is one of the most important truths the Stoics understood. Reality has no obligation to match our expectations. People have no obligation to fulfill the roles we secretly assign them. The future has no obligation to unfold according to our plans. Yet the mind often behaves as though these things should happen automatically. This creates hidden emotional tension. Because expectations are rarely passive, they create attachment. The moment we expect a specific outcome, we begin emotionally investing in it. We start living in a future that exists only in our imagination. When reality chooses a different path, the emotional collision can feel painful. The Stoics did not teach people to expect the worst. They taught something far more balanced. Prepare for possibilities without becoming attached to them. This distinction matters. Attachment says, this must happen. Wisdom says, this may happen. Attachment demands. Wisdom allows. Attachment creates rigidity. Wisdom creates flexibility. A tree that refuses to bend during a storm eventually breaks. A tree that adapts survives. The same principle applies to the mind. Rigid expectations create suffering because life is constantly changing. Flexible expectations create peace because they leave room for reality. Seneca often reflected on the unpredictable nature of existence, not to create fear, to create resilience. He understood that people who expect perfect outcomes become fragile. People who understand uncertainty become stronger. This strength does not come from controlling life. It comes from accepting life's unpredictability. Many hidden disappointments are actually unspoken expectations wearing a disguise. A person feels hurt. Beneath the hurt is an expectation. A person feels frustrated. Beneath the frustration is an expectation. A person feels betrayed by reality. Beneath the feeling is often an expectation about how reality should have behaved. This realization can be uncomfortable at first, but it is also liberating, because once expectations become visible, they can be examined. You begin asking different questions. Was this expectation realistic? Did I communicate it? Did life ever promise me this outcome? Am I suffering because of reality or because of the version of reality I wanted? These questions create clarity, and clarity weakens unnecessary suffering. The goal is not to eliminate all expectations. Human beings naturally anticipate things. The goal is to stop building emotional prisons around them, to hold expectations lightly, to allow room for surprise, to allow room for uncertainty, to allow room for life to unfold differently than planned. There is a profound peace that emerges when expectations soften. The mind becomes less demanding, less rigid, less resistant, more open, more adaptable, more capable of meeting reality as it is. Instead of constantly asking life to fit your expectations, you begin learning from what life actually presents. This shift transforms relationships. It transforms goals. It transforms daily experiences, because much of frustration disappears when the invisible burden of expectation is released. The heart becomes lighter. The mind becomes calmer. The nervous system stops bracing itself against reality. And perhaps most importantly, you become capable of appreciating what is actually happening rather than constantly comparing it to what you thought should happen. As this invisible weight begins to fall away, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows. a habit that keeps countless people mentally trapped inside old battles long after they ended, forcing them to relive the same emotional conflicts again and again without ever finding peace. As the invisible weight of expectations begins to lift, another hidden source of suffering comes into focus. It is one that many people carry for so long that they mistake it for normal thinking. The endless argument inside the mind. Not arguments with other people, arguments with yourself, arguments with the past, arguments with reality, arguments with decisions that were already made, arguments that have no audience, no resolution, and no ending, only repetition. Many people spend years trapped inside these internal debates. Part of them wants one thing, another part wants something else. One voice says move forward, another says stay where it is safe. One voice says forgive, another says never forget. One voice says let go, another says hold on. The result is a mind that never truly rests. The body may be sitting quietly. The room may be peaceful. The day may be over. Yet inside, a debate continues. Hour after hour, year after year. This is one of the great hidden drains on human energy. Most people assume exhaustion comes only from work, responsibility, or physical effort. But internal conflict can be just as exhausting, perhaps even more so, because there is no break from it. A person can leave a difficult workplace. They can leave a stressful environment. They can walk away from an argument, but they cannot easily walk away from a mind that keeps arguing with itself. The Stoics understood this problem deeply. They recognized that much of human suffering comes from division within. Part of the mind accepts reality. Another part resists it. Part of the mind wants peace. Another part wants control. Part of the mind wants freedom. Another part clings to fear. And so an internal war begins. The tragedy is that both sides belong to the same person. Marcus Aurelius often wrote private reminders to himself because he understood that the greatest battle was rarely external. It was internal. He knew that a person could conquer nations and still be defeated by their own thoughts. Many internal arguments begin with a simple refusal to accept uncertainty. The mind desperately wants certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants final answers. It wants complete confidence. When those things are unavailable, the debate begins. Should I have made a different choice? Did I do the right thing? What if I regret this later? What if things go wrong? What if I missed something important? The mind keeps circling the same questions, not because answers exist, because certainty does not. The Stoics recognized something liberating. Not every question requires a final answer. Not every uncertainty must be eliminated. Not every decision can be proven correct in advance. Sometimes wisdom means making the best choice available and allowing the future to unfold. This ends many internal arguments before they begin. Think about how many debates inside the mind revolve around events that cannot be changed. The mind argues with yesterday. It argues with mistakes. It argues with lost opportunities. It argues with reality itself, as if enough mental effort could somehow alter the past. But every internal argument with the past has the same outcome. The past remains unchanged. Only your peace is disturbed. Seneca understood this clearly. He observed that many people become prisoners of thoughts they continually revisit. The same debate, the same uncertainty, the same emotional conflict, repeated so often that it becomes familiar. Eventually the argument feels like part of life, but it is not. It is simply a habit, and habits can be changed. The Stoic solution was surprisingly simple, not easy, but simple. Stop demanding absolute certainty from an uncertain world. Many internal arguments survive because the mind refuses to tolerate ambiguity. It wants complete assurance before moving forward, complete understanding before letting go, complete confidence before acting. Life rarely provides these things. Waiting for them often means waiting forever. The Stoics learned to move forward despite uncertainty, to act despite incomplete information, to live despite unanswered questions. This creates tremendous psychological freedom, because the debate begins losing its fuel. The mind no longer needs perfect answers before allowing peace. Another source of internal arguments comes from competing identities. Part of you wants comfort, part of you wants growth, part of you wants safety, part of you wants adventure, part of you wants certainty, part of you wants possibility. These competing desires create tension. Many people assume this means something is wrong with them. The Stoics saw it differently. This is simply part of being human. You do not need to eliminate every inner conflict. You simply need to stop treating every conflict as an emergency. Not every thought deserves arbitration. Not every doubt deserves investigation. Not every fear deserves negotiation. Sometimes the wisest response is observation. To notice the debate without joining it. To hear the arguments without becoming consumed by them. To allow conflicting thoughts to exist without demanding immediate resolution. This is where healing begins. The internal courtroom starts growing quieter. The endless discussions lose momentum. The mind stops acting like a lawyer arguing every case and begins acting like a witness, watching, observing, understanding, without becoming trapped. Gradually, a profound calm emerges. Not because every question has been answered, not because every uncertainty has disappeared, but because the need to endlessly debate them has faded. The mind no longer spends all its energy arguing with itself, and in that silence, something beautiful becomes possible. Clarity, not forced clarity, natural clarity, the kind that appears when the noise finally settles. And as those internal arguments begin losing their hold, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows, a longing that keeps many people emotionally trapped for years, the belief that peace cannot exist until they finally receive closure from the people, events, and chapters that never gave it. As the endless internal arguments begin to quiet down, another deeply rooted longing often reveals itself. It hides beneath many forms of emotional pain. It appears after heartbreaks, betrayals, disappointments, and unanswered questions. The longing for closure, the belief that peace can only arrive after everything finally makes sense, after the apology comes, after the explanation arrives, after the truth is revealed, after the unanswered question receives an answer. Many people spend years waiting for this moment. Some spend decades. Without realizing it, they place their peace on hold. They tell themselves that healing will begin once they finally understand what happened, once they finally know why, once they finally get the conversation they never had, once they finally hear the words they have been waiting for. But life does not always provide those things. And this is where one of the Stoics' most profound lessons begins. Peace does not require closure. In fact, some of the deepest peace in life arrives when you stop demanding it. This is difficult because the human mind naturally seeks completion. It wants stories to have endings. It wants mysteries to be solved. It wants confusion replaced with certainty. When something remains unresolved, the mind keeps returning to it, again and again, searching, analyzing, replaying, hoping. It believes that one final answer will bring relief, one final conversation, one final explanation, one final piece of information. Then everything will finally make sense. But often that moment never arrives. The relationship ends without explanation. The friendship fades without clarity. The opportunity disappears without reason. The apology never comes. The answer never appears. And many people remain emotionally suspended between the life they have and the explanation they never received. The Stoics recognize the danger in this, because the longer peace depends on closure, the longer peace remains unavailable. Marcus Aurelius understood that reality rarely explains itself. Life unfolds, people make choices, circumstances change, and often the reasons remain hidden. Waiting for complete understanding before allowing yourself peace can become a lifelong prison. Think about how many people remain attached to events from years ago, not because the event itself continues, but because the story feels unfinished. Part of them still believes that if they could only understand why it happened, they would finally be free. Yet understanding and freedom are not the same thing. Sometimes understanding arrives and healing does not. Sometimes healing arrives before understanding ever does. This is one of the great paradoxes of emotional growth. The mind says, I need answers before I can let go. Wisdom says, I can let go even without answers. That shift changes everything. Seneca understood that uncertainty is woven into the fabric of existence. Not every question receives a response. Not every mystery gets solved. Not every wound receives an explanation. The mature mind learns how to live alongside these realities. This does not mean becoming indifferent. It does not mean pretending unanswered questions do not hurt. It means refusing to make your peace dependent upon them. Many people unknowingly hand control of their emotional well-being to someone else. The person who left. The person who lied. The person who never explained. The person who never apologized. The person who disappeared. As long as closure remains necessary, power remains elsewhere. Healing waits. Life waits. Peace waits. The Stoics gently invited people to reclaim that power, not by forcing answers, by releasing the demand for them. There is incredible freedom in saying, I may never fully understand this, and I can still move forward. I may never receive the explanation I wanted, and I can still heal. I may never know why it happened, and I can still live a beautiful life. At first, this feels unnatural. The mind resists it. It wants certainty. It wants resolution. It wants finality. But over time, something remarkable happens. The unanswered question begins losing its grip. Not because it was answered, because it no longer controls your peace. You stop standing at the doorway of the past, waiting for someone to return with explanations. You stop rereading old chapters, hoping new words will appear. You stop postponing your future until the past finally cooperates. And gradually, life begins moving again. There is a unique calm that emerges when closure is no longer required. A calm that cannot be taken away by unanswered questions. A calm that does not depend on other people's actions. A calm rooted in acceptance, not acceptance of understanding. Acceptance of uncertainty, the realization that some things remain unfinished. Some mysteries remain mysteries, some stories remain incomplete. And yet life continues, not only continues, flourishes, because meaning does not come from having every answer. Meaning comes from how you choose to live despite unanswered questions. This is why the Stoics placed so much emphasis on the present moment. The answer may never come. But life is happening now. The explanation may never arrive, but peace is available now. The closure may never appear, but freedom can begin now, and perhaps that is the rarest calm of all. The calm of no longer needing reality to explain itself before allowing yourself to be at peace. As this deep acceptance settles into the mind, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges, one that keeps old wounds alive long after the events themselves have passed. The mysterious reason why certain memories refuse to leave, returning again and again, as though they still have unfinished business within us. As the need for closure begins to loosen, another mystery often appears. Many people notice that certain memories seem unwilling to leave. Years pass, circumstances change, life moves forward. Yet some experiences continue returning as if they happened yesterday. A particular conversation, a painful goodbye, a betrayal, a humiliation, a mistake, a loss. The memory appears without invitation, sometimes during quiet moments, sometimes before sleep, sometimes in the middle of an otherwise peaceful day. And it raises an important question. Why do some memories fade naturally while others seem determined to stay? The answer has less to do with memory itself and more to do with emotional attachment. Most people assume they remember painful experiences because they were important. The Stoics understood something deeper. Many painful memories remain active because part of us is still emotionally connected to them. The event ended. The attachment did not. Think about a physical scar. After the body heals, the scar remains as a reminder that something happened. But it no longer hurts every time you touch it. Emotional memories are different. Some continue hurting because the mind keeps supplying them with fresh emotional energy. The memory becomes more than a record of the past. It becomes a living relationship. A relationship between the present self and an old experience. Every time the memory returns, the attachment gets renewed. Every replay strengthens the connection. Every emotional reaction feeds it. Without realizing it, the mind keeps watering something it wishes would disappear. Marcus Aurelius understood that the mind often becomes attached to its own suffering, not because people enjoy pain, but because pain can become familiar, and familiarity creates comfort, even when it hurts. This is one of the strangest truths about human psychology. People often hold on to painful memories because those memories have become part of their emotional landscape, part of their identity, part of their story, part of how they understand themselves. The memory is no longer just about what happened. It has become connected to who they believe they are. A person remembers a betrayal, but beneath the memory is an identity. The person who was betrayed. A person remembers a failure, but beneath the memory is an identity. The person who failed. A person remembers rejection, but beneath the memory is an identity. The person who was not chosen. The memory survives because it is protecting something the mind believes is important. The Stoics recognized that emotional attachment often disguises itself as necessity. The mind says, I need to remember this so it never happens again. I need to hold on to this lesson. I need to stay alert. I need to protect myself. At first this sounds wise, and sometimes it is. But there comes a point when protection becomes imprisonment. The lesson has already been learned. The growth has already occurred. Yet the memory remains active because the mind does not know how to release it. Seneca observed that people often suffer more from the memory of pain than from the pain itself. This is because memory allows suffering to be repeated indefinitely. An event may last one day. A memory can last 50 years, not because reality keeps producing the experience, because the mind keeps revisiting it. There is another reason certain memories refuse to leave. Strong emotions create strong mental impressions. The human brain pays special attention to emotionally charged events, moments of danger, embarrassment, loss, fear. These experiences become deeply encoded because the brain interprets them as important for survival. This process is natural. The problem begins when awareness turns into attachment, when remembering becomes reliving, when observing becomes identifying. The Stoics practiced a different relationship with memory. They did not try to erase painful experiences. They understood that memory itself is not the enemy. The attachment is. A memory can exist without controlling you. A scar can remain without defining you. A lesson can stay without becoming a prison. This distinction changes everything. Many people believe healing means forgetting. The Stoics knew better. Healing means remembering differently. It means being able to look at the past without becoming trapped inside it, to see the event without becoming the event, to acknowledge the wound without reopening it. This requires a subtle shift. Instead of asking, "Why won't this memory leave me?" you begin asking, "What am I still holding on to within this memory?" That question often reveals something important. Perhaps it is anger. Perhaps it is regret. Perhaps it is guilt. Perhaps it is longing. Perhaps it is a desire for a different outcome. Whatever the attachment may be, it is usually the attachment, not the memory, that keeps the wound alive. The moment attachment begins loosening, the memory changes. It may still appear, but it no longer dominates. It no longer demands attention. It no longer carries the same emotional weight. The memory becomes part of your history rather than part of your present identity. This is where real freedom begins, not when the memory disappears. When the emotional chain connecting you to it begins to break, the past remains where it belongs. The lesson remains, the wisdom remains, but the suffering begins to fade. And perhaps that is one of the most beautiful forms of healing. Not the disappearance of memory, the disappearance of the need to keep carrying it. As this attachment gradually softens, another hidden path toward freedom begins to emerge, one that the Stoics practiced with extraordinary discipline. The ability to release the emotional residue left behind by painful experiences, allowing old events to finally lose their power over the present moment. As the attachment to painful memories begins to loosen, another important realization emerges. Even when a memory fades, something often remains behind. A subtle heaviness, a lingering bitterness, a trace of fear, a quiet sadness, a tension that seems disconnected from any specific event. The memory may no longer dominate your thoughts, yet part of its emotional weight still lingers within you. This is what could be called emotional residue, the leftovers of old experiences, the emotional dust that remains long after the event itself has ended. Many people spend years carrying this residue without realizing it. A betrayal from long ago creates difficulty trusting people today. An old failure creates hesitation toward new opportunities. Past criticism creates sensitivity to future feedback. A painful loss creates fear of future attachment. The event is gone, but its emotional imprint remains. The Stoics understood that suffering often survives in these hidden forms, not as dramatic pain, not as obvious wounds, but as subtle patterns shaping how a person experiences life. Marcus Aurelius recognized that the mind has a tendency to carry yesterday into today, not because it intends to, because it becomes accustomed to certain emotional states. A person who has carried resentment for years may begin viewing life through resentment. A person who has carried fear for years may begin seeing threats everywhere. A person who has carried disappointment for years may begin expecting disappointment before it arrives. The emotional residue becomes part of the lens through which reality is viewed. This is why healing requires more than understanding. It requires release. The Stoics practiced release differently than many people do today. They did not believe freedom came from pretending the past never happened. They did not believe healing came from suppressing emotions. Instead, they focused on removing the emotional charge that kept old events alive. Think about holding a hot coal. The event itself is not what burns you. Continuing to hold it does. The Stoics constantly ask themselves, what am I still carrying? Not what happened. What am I carrying now? Because the past can no longer reach into the present by itself. Something in the present must continue holding on to it. This question creates powerful awareness. Many people discover they are carrying old anger, old guilt, old embarrassment, old resentment, old disappointment. Sometimes they have carried it for so long that it feels normal. They no longer notice the weight. They simply notice the exhaustion. Seneca often reflected on the importance of ending each day by examining the mind, not to criticize himself, not to judge himself, but to release what no longer needed to be carried. This practice contains tremendous wisdom. Most people accumulate emotional residue faster than they release it. A frustrating conversation happens. It gets stored. A disappointment occurs. It gets stored. A painful memory surfaces. It gets stored. Day after day, year after year, emotional baggage accumulates. Eventually, the mind becomes crowded, not with present problems, with unresolved emotional leftovers from the past. The Stoic method begins by recognizing that carrying something does not prove its importance. Many people continue carrying pain because they believe letting go somehow minimizes what happened. The Stoics saw things differently. Letting go does not erase the event. It simply ends your participation in its ongoing influence. You can acknowledge a wound without carrying it forever. You can honor a lesson without reliving the suffering. You can remember an experience without allowing it to shape every future moment. This distinction is where freedom begins. Another important Stoic practice was separating facts from emotional stories. The fact is what happened. The story is everything added afterward. The fact may be simple. Someone left. A mistake was made. A loss occurred. The story often becomes much larger. What it means about you. What it means about life. What it means about your future. The emotional residue often lives inside the story rather than the fact. When the story softens, the residue begins dissolving. Epictetus taught that events themselves do not control us. Our judgments about those events do. This insight becomes especially powerful here. Many emotional burdens survive because old judgments remain active. The mind keeps repeating them. I was not enough. I should have known better. People cannot be trusted. I always fail. Life is unfair. These judgments become emotional anchors holding the past in place. The Stoics challenge these judgments, not through denial, through examination. Is this absolutely true? Does this belief still serve me? Am I carrying wisdom or simply carrying pain? These questions loosen the grip of emotional residue. Little by little, the burden begins to lift. The old event remains part of your history, but it stops shaping your present experience. You stop reacting to life through old wounds. You stop seeing every situation through yesterday's emotions. You stop carrying emotional leftovers into moments that have nothing to do with the original event. And something remarkable begins to happen. Your energy returns, your attention returns, your ability to experience the present returns. Not because the past disappeared, because its emotional residue finally lost its hold. Perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of Stoic freedom. Not freedom from difficulty, not freedom from painful experiences. Freedom from continuing to carry them long after their purpose has been fulfilled. And as that emotional weight begins falling away, another hidden burden quietly reveals itself. one that has been responsible for countless sleepless nights and endless anxiety throughout human history. The exhausting attempt to control other people, their choices, their opinions, and their behavior. As the emotional residue of old experiences begins to fade, another hidden source of suffering quietly steps forward. It is a burden so common that many people mistake it for love, responsibility, wisdom, or concern. The burden of trying to control other people. Few things create more anxiety than this. A parent tries to control a child. A partner tries to control a relationship. A friend tries to control someone's decisions. A person tries to control how others think, feel, behave, or respond. At first, the intention often seems good. We want people to make better choices. We want them to avoid mistakes. We want them to understand our perspective. We want them to behave differently. We want them to become the version we believe they should be. And so the struggle begins. The mind starts planning, persuading, worrying, managing, predicting, monitoring, trying to guide reality toward a specific outcome. But reality has a stubborn habit. People remain people. They make their own decisions. They follow their own beliefs. They learn their own lessons. They create their own paths. And often, those paths do not match our expectations. This is where suffering begins. Not because other people are difficult, because we are trying to control something that was never ours to control. The Stoics understood this with extraordinary clarity. In fact, much of Stoic philosophy rests upon a simple observation. The greatest peace comes from understanding what belongs to you and what does not. Your thoughts belong to you. Your actions belong to you. Your choices belong to you. Your character belongs to you. Another person's mind does not. Another person's decisions do not. Another person's opinions do not. Another person's behavior does not. Yet many people spend years investing enormous amounts of emotional energy into things that belong to someone else. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that every person acts according to their own understanding of the world. Some people act wisely, some do not. Some people learn quickly, some learn slowly. Some people make excellent choices. Some repeatedly choose difficult paths. This has always been true. Trying to force another person into wisdom rarely works. Trying to force another person into growth rarely works. Trying to force another person into becoming someone they are not creates frustration for everyone involved. Think about how much anxiety comes from worrying about people. Parents worry about adult children. Children worry about aging parents. Partners worry about each other. Friends worry about friends. Concern itself is natural. The problem begins when concern transforms into control. Concern says, I care about you. Control says, I need you to behave differently before I can be at peace. That difference changes everything. Many people unknowingly place their emotional well-being in the hands of others. They tell themselves, I can relax when they change. I can be happy when they understand. I can feel secure when they make better choices. I can find peace when they behave the way I want them to behave. The result is predictable. Peace remains unavailable. Because another person's behavior is never fully predictable. Another person's growth cannot be forced. Another person's journey belongs to them. The Stoics recognized that much suffering comes from carrying responsibilities that do not belong to us. Imagine carrying someone else's backpack every day. At first, it feels manageable. Eventually, it becomes exhausting. Then imagine carrying the backpacks of 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. That is what many people do emotionally. They carry responsibility for everyone around them. Their happiness, their choices, their mistakes, their reactions, their future. The burden becomes overwhelming. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins when we stop confusing our responsibilities with someone else's. This lesson sounds simple, yet it can take a lifetime to fully understand. You can guide someone, you can support someone, you can encourage someone, you can love someone deeply, but you cannot live their life for them. You cannot make their decisions. You cannot force their growth. You cannot control their choices. The moment you accept this, something remarkable begins to happen. The anxiety starts loosening. The constant monitoring begins fading. The need to manage every outcome begins softening. Not because you stop caring, because you start caring wisely. The Stoics never advocated indifference. They advocated acceptance. Acceptance is very different. Indifference says, I do not care. Acceptance says, I care deeply, but I understand my limits. This creates a much healthier form of love. A love without control, a love without possession, a love without constant anxiety. You stop trying to force people into becoming who you think they should be. You allow them the dignity of their own journey, even when that journey includes mistakes. Even when that journey includes lessons they must learn themselves. Seneca understood that some people only gain wisdom through experience. No amount of advice can replace the lessons life itself teaches. Trying to prevent every mistake often creates more suffering than the mistake itself. There is profound freedom in accepting this reality. You stop carrying what was never yours. You stop fighting battles that belong to someone else. You stop trying to steer lives that are not yours to steer. And in their place, something beautiful begins to emerge. Trust. Trust in life. Trust in growth. Trust in the natural unfolding of human experience. Most importantly, trust that your peace does not have to depend on controlling anyone. Not their choices. Not their opinions. Not their actions. Not their future. Because true freedom begins the moment you stop demanding control over what was never yours to command. And as this burden finally begins to fall away, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself. One that keeps countless people trapped in endless struggles, exhausting themselves in battles that do not need to be fought, the relentless need to win every mental battle that enters the mind. As the burden of controlling other people begins to fall away, another hidden struggle quietly comes into view. It is one that lives almost entirely inside the mind, yet it can consume enormous amounts of energy throughout a lifetime. The need to win, not necessarily against other people, against thoughts, against emotions, against memories, against uncertainty, against reality itself. Many people move through life treating every uncomfortable thought as an opponent that must be defeated. Every fear becomes something to conquer. Every doubt becomes something to eliminate. Every emotion becomes something to overcome. The mind turns into a battlefield, and the person living inside that battlefield becomes exhausted. The strange thing is that this struggle often disguises itself as strength. People believe they must defeat every negative thought, destroy every insecurity, win every internal argument, remove every trace of fear. Only then, they tell themselves, will peace arrive. But the Stoics discovered something surprising. Peace does not come from winning every mental battle. Peace comes from realizing that many battles never needed to be fought in the first place. Think about how much energy gets wasted resisting thoughts. A worry appears, the mind attacks it. A fear appears, the mind tries to destroy it. A doubt appears, the mind argues with it. An uncomfortable emotion appears. The mind immediately tries to make it disappear. Hours of energy are spent fighting experiences that naturally would have passed on their own. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He observed that the mind often creates additional suffering by resisting what is already happening internally. A thought appears. That is one event. Then the mind judges the thought, fights the thought, becomes frustrated with the thought. Now one event has become many. The original discomfort was small. The resistance multiplied it. Many people unknowingly spend their entire lives trying to achieve a perfect mental state. They want complete confidence, complete certainty, complete emotional control, complete freedom from doubt. When reality fails to provide these things, they begin fighting themselves. The Stoics knew this was a losing strategy. Not because growth is impossible, because the human mind was never designed to be free from all uncomfortable experiences. Fear will occasionally appear. Doubt will occasionally appear. Uncertainty will occasionally appear. Sadness will occasionally appear. These things are part of being human. The problem begins when their appearance is treated as a failure. A person feels anxious. Then they become anxious about being anxious. A person feels doubt. Then they become frustrated about feeling doubt. A person experiences fear. Then they begin fighting the fear. Suddenly there are two problems instead of one, the original experience, and the battle against it. Epictetus taught that events themselves are often less troubling than our reactions to them. This principle applies perfectly here. A passing thought rarely causes lasting suffering. The war against the thought often does. Imagine standing beside a river. Leaves float past on the water. You notice them. Then they continue downstream. Thoughts work similarly. But many people jump into the river and begin wrestling every leaf that appears. They grab it, analyze it, argue with it, try to control it. The result is exhaustion. The Stoics practiced something very different. Observation. A thought appears. They notice it. An emotion appears. They acknowledge it. A fear appears. They observe it. Without immediate resistance. Without immediate combat. Without turning every experience into a contest. This approach creates something powerful. Space. The thought exists. You exist. They are not the same thing. The emotion exists. You exist. They are not the same thing. The fear exists. You exist. They are not the same thing. This separation weakens the need to win, because winning is no longer necessary. The thought does not need to be defeated. The emotion does not need to be destroyed. The fear does not need to be conquered. They simply need to be understood. Seneca understood that much suffering comes from unnecessary struggle. People exhaust themselves fighting things that would have naturally passed if left alone. Like quicksand, the harder they struggle, the deeper they sink. The Stoics discovered that calm observation often accomplishes more than force. When victory stops being the goal, something remarkable happens. The mind relaxes, the nervous system softens, the constant pressure begins to fade. You no longer need to prove your strength by defeating every uncomfortable experience. You no longer need to eliminate every doubt before moving forward. You no longer need perfect certainty before taking action. Life becomes lighter. Not because challenges disappear, because your relationship with them changes. There is tremendous freedom in realizing that inner peace is not a trophy awarded after every battle has been won. It is available right now, even with uncertainty present, even with fear present, even with unanswered questions present. The Stoics understood that true strength is not measured by how many battles you win. It is measured by how many unnecessary battles you stop fighting, because some of the greatest victories in life come through surrender. Not surrender to weakness, surrender to reality. Surrender to the truth that not every thought requires resistance. Not every emotion requires correction. Not every discomfort requires war. And when that realization finally settles into the mind, a deep calm begins to emerge. A calm that no victory could ever provide. A calm born not from conquering everything within you, but from finally making peace with it. And as this struggle for victory begins to fade, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself, one that lives beneath years of harsh self-judgment and silent criticism. The unseen damage created by the way we speak to ourselves when nobody else is listening. As the need to win every mental battle begins to dissolve, another source of suffering quietly steps out of the shadows. It is so familiar that many people mistake it for discipline. They mistake it for responsibility. They mistake it for self-improvement. But beneath the surface, it is something much more damaging. Self-criticism, the voice that constantly points out flaws, the voice that reminds you of mistakes, the voice that says you should have done better, should have known better, should have been stronger, should have been smarter. For many people, this voice has been present for so long that it feels normal. They wake up with it. They carry it through the day. They fall asleep listening to it. And because it sounds like their own voice, they assume it must be telling the truth. But the Stoics understood something important. Not every thought deserves your trust, especially the ones that constantly attack you. There is a form of violence that leaves no visible bruise, no broken bones, no scars that others can see. Yet it slowly weakens the spirit over time. It is the violence of constantly turning against yourself. Think about how many people would never speak to a friend the way they speak to themselves. A friend makes a mistake. They offer compassion. They offer understanding. They offer patience. But when they make the same mistake themselves, the response changes completely. The criticism begins. The judgment begins. The punishment begins. Suddenly, kindness disappears. Understanding disappears. Patience disappears. Only condemnation remains. This creates a painful contradiction. The person who needs support the most becomes the person receiving the least. The Stoics never believed that growth required cruelty. In fact, Marcus Aurelius constantly corrected himself without attacking himself. There is a profound difference between awareness and condemnation. Awareness says, I made a mistake. Condemnation says, I am a mistake. Awareness creates growth. Condemnation creates shame. Awareness encourages responsibility. Condemnation weakens confidence. One teaches, the other wounds. Many people spend years confusing these two things. They believe harshness creates improvement. They believe self-attack creates discipline. They believe self-punishment creates success. But if this were true, everyone who criticizes themselves relentlessly would be thriving. Instead, many become exhausted, anxious, discouraged, afraid to fail, afraid to try. Because every mistake is met with emotional punishment, the mind becomes an unsafe place. Imagine living with someone who constantly criticized everything you did. Every small error, every imperfect decision, every weakness, every failure. Eventually you would feel exhausted in their presence. Yet many people live with that voice inside themselves every day. The nervous system never fully relaxes because it is always anticipating judgment. Not from the world, from within. This is why self-criticism creates such deep suffering. The attack never ends. There is no escape from it. The critic travels everywhere with you. Into your work, into your relationships, into your dreams, into your quiet moments, even into your attempts to heal. The Stoics understood that wisdom requires honesty, but honesty does not require cruelty. You can acknowledge a flaw without attacking yourself. You can recognize a mistake without humiliating yourself. You can improve without becoming your own enemy. Seneca often reflected on his own shortcomings, but he did so with curiosity rather than hatred. He examined himself. He learned. He adjusted. Then he moved forward. Many people do the opposite. They examine themselves, judge themselves, punish themselves, then remain stuck. The goal of self-reflection is growth, not self-destruction. One of the most damaging effects of self-criticism is that it gradually becomes part of identity. The voice no longer comments on mistakes. It starts defining the person. Instead of saying, "You failed," it says, "You are a failure." Instead of saying, "That decision was unwise," it says, "You are foolish." Instead of saying, "You struggled," it says, "You are weak." Over time, these messages begin shaping how a person sees themselves, and the more they believe them, the more difficult it becomes to trust themselves. This is why the Stoics practiced self-respect alongside self-discipline. They understood that a person who constantly attacks themselves loses access to inner peace. Because peace cannot grow in an environment of endless hostility. The mind needs truth, but it also needs mercy. It needs accountability, but it also needs compassion. It needs correction, but it also needs understanding. Without these balances, self-improvement becomes self-punishment, and self-punishment eventually becomes suffering. Perhaps one of the most healing realizations a person can have is this: you do not become stronger by hating your imperfections. You become stronger by understanding them. You do not become wiser by attacking yourself. You become wiser by learning from yourself. You do not become peaceful by winning a war against who you are. You become peaceful by meeting yourself with honesty and kindness at the same time. And when that harsh inner voice finally begins to soften, something beautiful starts to emerge. Patience, forgiveness, trust. The feeling that growth is possible without suffering being the teacher. The feeling that you can improve without becoming your own enemy. And as this hidden violence begins to fade, another source of unnecessary suffering quietly comes into view. One that keeps countless people awake at night, mentally carrying tomorrow before it has even arrived, exhausting themselves with problems that belong to a future that does not yet exist. As the harsh voice of self-criticism begins to soften, another hidden habit quietly reveals itself. It appears most often at night. The lights are off. The room is quiet. The responsibilities of the day are over. The body is ready for rest. Yet the mind begins working overtime. Suddenly, tomorrow arrives early. Problems appear, questions appear, uncertainties appear. The mind starts planning, preparing, analyzing, predicting, and solving. Hours are spent trying to manage a future that has not yet arrived, and sleep becomes impossible. This is one of the great struggles of the modern mind. Many people do not go to bed. They take tomorrow to bed with them. They carry tomorrow's meetings, tomorrow's worries, tomorrow's responsibilities, tomorrow's possibilities, tomorrow's fears. Their body lies in the present, but their attention lives somewhere in the future. The Stoics understood that this habit quietly destroys peace. Not because preparation is bad, because there comes a point where preparation becomes obsession. And obsession never creates certainty. It only creates exhaustion. Think about how often the mind believes that one more thought will solve everything. One more analysis, one more scenario, one more mental rehearsal. Then finally it will be safe to rest. But the strange thing is that the finish line never arrives. Every answer creates another question. Every solution reveals another uncertainty. Every plan uncovers another possibility. The mind keeps working because it believes certainty is just one more thought away. The Stoics knew better. Marcus Aurelius understood that complete certainty is not available to human beings. Tomorrow cannot be fully controlled. The future cannot be perfectly predicted. Life cannot be managed with absolute precision. Trying to achieve these things only creates anxiety. Many people approach sleep as if it were a reward. They believe they must first solve every problem before allowing themselves to rest. But this creates an impossible condition, because life always contains unfinished business. There will always be unanswered questions. There will always be things left undone. There will always be uncertainties waiting beyond the horizon. If peace depends on complete certainty, peace will never arrive. The Stoics developed a different relationship with the future. Instead of demanding certainty, they practiced trust. Not blind trust, not wishful thinking, trust in their ability to meet whatever arrived. This is a profound shift. Most anxiety comes from believing that future challenges must be solved today. The Stoics understood that future challenges belong to future versions of yourself. Tomorrow's problems belong to tomorrow's mind. Tomorrow's decisions belong to tomorrow's awareness. Tomorrow's circumstances belong to tomorrow's reality. Trying to carry them tonight only creates unnecessary weight. Imagine a traveler preparing for a journey. He packs what he needs, then he rests. He does not spend the entire night walking the road in his imagination. He trusts that when morning arrives, he will take the next step. The Stoics approached life in a similar way. Prepare wisely, then let go. Many people only learn the first part. Very few learn the second. They prepare, and prepare, and prepare. Long after preparation has become useful, the mind keeps working because it believes vigilance creates safety. But constant vigilance often creates suffering. The nervous system remains activated, the body remains alert, the heart remains restless. All because the mind refuses to stop working. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within our control. At night, very little can be controlled. Tomorrow has not arrived. The future has not revealed itself. The next challenge has not appeared. The only thing available is this moment, this breath, this opportunity to rest. The Stoics treated sleep as an act of wisdom, not laziness, not avoidance, wisdom. Because a tired mind solves problems poorly, a restless mind sees threats everywhere, an exhausted mind loses perspective. Rest is not separate from strength. Rest creates strength. This understanding changes the way you approach the end of the day. Instead of asking, "Have I solved everything?" you begin asking, "Have I done what I reasonably could today?" If the answer is yes, peace becomes possible, not because everything is finished, because enough has been done. Seneca often reflected on the day before sleeping. He reviewed his actions, learned what he could. Then he released the day. He did not carry every unfinished task into the night. He did not demand certainty from tomorrow. He understood something many people forget. The mind requires closure, even when life does not provide it. You can consciously choose to end the day, to stop working, to stop solving, to stop preparing, to stop carrying what belongs to another time. This is not surrender, it is trust. Trust that tomorrow will arrive when it arrives. Trust that future challenges will reveal themselves when necessary. Trust that you do not need to mentally live through tomorrow before earning the right to sleep tonight. Perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of Stoic wisdom. The understanding that uncertainty is not an emergency. It is simply part of being alive. You do not need all the answers before you rest. You do not need complete control before you relax. You do not need guarantees before you close your eyes. The future has always been uncertain. Yet life has carried you this far. Again and again, challenges appeared. Again and again, you met them. Again and again, you survived things you once worried about. Tonight is no different. The problems waiting for tomorrow do not need your attention right now. The future does not need your supervision. This moment asks for something much simpler: a slow breath, a quiet mind, a willingness to set the burden down. And as the mind gradually learns to trust the future instead of constantly managing it, another hidden attachment quietly reveals itself, one that keeps countless people emotionally trapped inside old identities, unable to see who they are becoming because they remain attached to who they used to be. As the mind learns to trust tomorrow instead of constantly trying to control it, another hidden pattern quietly emerges from the shadows. It is a pattern so deeply woven into human psychology that most people never recognize it: the tendency to turn wounds into identity. At first, pain is simply something that happens to us: a heartbreak, a betrayal, a humiliation, a loss, a disappointment, a season of struggle. These experiences leave emotional scars, just as physical injuries leave marks on the body. That part is natural. Every human being carries scars. Every life contains moments of pain. But something unusual sometimes happens. Instead of remaining experiences, the wounds become stories, and eventually the stories become identities. A person is hurt once. Then they begin seeing themselves as the hurt person. A person is betrayed. Then they begin seeing themselves as the betrayed one. A person experiences rejection. Then they begin seeing themselves as someone who is always rejected. The event ends. The identity remains. This is one of the most powerful ways suffering survives long after healing is possible. The Stoics understood that the mind constantly creates narratives. Human beings are storytellers by nature. We do not simply experience life. We explain life. We tell ourselves stories about who we are, stories about what happened, stories about what it means, stories about what will happen next. These stories help us make sense of the world, but they can also become prisons. Because once a story becomes identity, the mind begins protecting it, even when that story causes pain. Think about how often people repeat certain memories, not because the memory itself is useful, because the memory supports a narrative. The story becomes familiar, predictable, comforting in a strange way. Even painful identities can feel safer than uncertainty. Marcus Aurelius understood that human beings are constantly changing. Every day creates a slightly different version of who we are. Every lesson shapes us. Every experience transforms us. Every challenge teaches us something new. Yet many people continue describing themselves using stories that belong to a version of themselves from years ago. The mind says, "This is who I am. I am the person who was abandoned. I am the person who failed. I am the person who was betrayed. I am the person who always struggles." The story becomes so familiar that the person stops questioning it. But the Stoics would ask a different question. Is this who you are, or is this simply something that happened to you? That question changes everything, because there is a profound difference between carrying a scar and becoming the scar. A scar is part of your history. An identity built around the scar becomes your future. Many people unknowingly continue feeding old wounds through the stories they tell themselves, not because they want to suffer, because they no longer know who they would be without the story. This is one of the most difficult parts of healing. Healing does not simply remove pain. Sometimes healing asks you to release an identity, and that can feel frightening. If you are no longer the wounded person, who are you? If you are no longer the victim of that experience, who are you becoming? If you stop organizing your life around old pain, what remains? The Stoics understood that growth often requires letting old identities die, not because those identities were false, because they are incomplete. They describe who you were, not who you are becoming. Seneca often reflected on the importance of self-renewal. He knew that many people remain loyal to outdated versions of themselves. They continue carrying labels that no longer fit. They continue living inside stories that no longer serve them. They continue introducing themselves through wounds that have already healed. Meanwhile, life keeps inviting them forward. The tragedy is that identity can quietly become a form of attachment. A person may no longer need the wound, but they remain attached to the story surrounding it, and so the healing stalls. Not because recovery is impossible, because the mind keeps returning to an old narrative. The Stoics practiced something remarkably freeing. They learned to view themselves as works in progress, not finished products, not fixed identities, not permanent stories. Living, evolving human beings. This perspective creates space. Space for growth. Space for change. Space for healing. Space for new possibilities. You begin realizing that your worst experiences are chapters, not definitions. Your struggles are lessons, not identities. Your scars are evidence of survival, not evidence of limitation. The story starts changing, not because the past changes, because your relationship with it changes. You stop asking, "What happened to me?" and begin asking, "Who am I becoming because of it?" That shift transforms suffering into wisdom. It transforms wounds into teachers. It transforms pain into perspective. Most importantly, it allows the past to remain where it belongs, behind you. Not because it is forgotten, because it no longer defines you. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of freedom, the freedom to honor your scars without building your identity around them, the freedom to remember without remaining trapped, the freedom to carry the lesson while releasing the label. And as these old narratives begin loosening their grip, another hidden form of liberation quietly emerges, one that many people spend their entire lives searching for, the rare and powerful freedom that comes when you no longer need everyone around you to understand your journey, approve of your choices, or validate your truth. As the old identities built around pain begin to loosen, and the need to constantly explain yourself starts fading, another profound freedom quietly comes into view. It is a freedom that many people spend their entire lives resisting, the freedom of being misunderstood. At first, this sounds almost impossible. Most people want the opposite. They want to be understood. They want their intentions recognized, their motives appreciated, their decisions respected, their hearts seen clearly. And there is nothing wrong with that desire. The problem begins when peace becomes dependent upon it, because the truth is simple. No matter how honest you are, some people will misunderstand you. No matter how clearly you explain yourself, some people will misinterpret your words. No matter how good your intentions are, some people will assign motives that never existed. This has always been true, and it always will be. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest causes of emotional suffering is the belief that everyone must understand us before we can feel at peace. This belief quietly turns life into a constant struggle. You explain yourself, then explain yourself again, then explain yourself differently. You replay conversations. You worry about perceptions. You mentally defend your actions. You try to correct every misunderstanding. And still, some people continue seeing you through their own assumptions. The mind becomes exhausted, not because understanding is impossible, because universal understanding is impossible. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire and was still criticized, still misunderstood, still judged, still questioned. If one of history's wisest leaders could not avoid misunderstanding, neither can anyone else. This realization is not depressing, it is liberating, because it frees you from an impossible task. Many people unknowingly spend years managing other people's interpretations. They monitor how they appear. They worry about how they are perceived. They fear being seen incorrectly. They become emotional caretakers of other people's opinions. But opinions are strange things. They are shaped by experiences you know nothing about, by beliefs you did not create, by fears you did not plant, by assumptions you cannot control. Two people can witness the exact same event and walk away with completely different conclusions. One sees kindness, another sees weakness. One sees confidence, another sees arrogance. One sees wisdom, another sees foolishness. The event remains unchanged. Only the interpretation changes. This is why the Stoics placed so much emphasis on character rather than reputation. Character belongs to you. Reputation belongs to everyone else. Character is within your control. Reputation is not. When you confuse the two, suffering begins, because you start measuring your worth through the changing opinions of others. And opinions change constantly. A person who praises you today may criticize you tomorrow. A person who misunderstands you today may understand you years from now. A person who doubts you today may admire you later. The Stoics knew that building peace upon such unstable foundations creates endless anxiety. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when we stop seeking control over what does not belong to us. Few things belong less to us than another person's perception. You can act with integrity. You can speak honestly. You can behave honorably. But once your actions leave you, they enter the minds of others, and there they become subject to interpretation. Many people fight this reality for years. They believe that if they can just explain themselves well enough, everyone will finally understand. But life rarely works that way. Some people are committed to misunderstanding. Some people are listening through old wounds. Some people see the world through assumptions that cannot be changed by explanation alone. The Stoics accepted this, not with bitterness, with wisdom. There is tremendous emotional strength in realizing that misunderstanding is not necessarily a problem to solve. Sometimes it is simply a reality to accept. This acceptance changes everything. You stop carrying the burden of convincing everyone. You stop treating every false assumption as an emergency. You stop feeling responsible for managing every perception. The energy that was once spent on endless explanations becomes available for something far more important. Living, growing, creating, loving, being present. Many people delay their lives while waiting to be understood. The Stoics chose another path. They moved forward anyway, not because they enjoyed being misunderstood, because they refused to make understanding a requirement for peace. There is a unique confidence that emerges when you no longer need constant validation, not arrogance, not indifference, something much deeper, a quiet stability. The knowledge that your value does not increase when someone understands you, and it does not decrease when they do not. Your character remains intact. Your truth remains intact. Your integrity remains intact, whether others recognize it or not. This is why being misunderstood can become a teacher. It forces you to build self-trust. It forces you to rely less on external approval. It forces you to discover a source of confidence that does not depend on applause. Over time, something remarkable happens. The fear of misunderstanding begins fading. The urge to explain everything begins softening. The need to constantly defend yourself begins disappearing, and in its place emerges a rare kind of freedom, the freedom to be yourself without requiring universal agreement, the freedom to walk your path without constant validation, the freedom to remain peaceful even when others fail to see your intentions. Perhaps that is one of the strongest forms of emotional resilience a person can develop, the ability to remain steady while being misunderstood. Because true peace does not come from controlling how others see you. It comes from no longer needing their vision to confirm who you are. And as this freedom begins settling into the mind, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself, one that has drained countless lives of joy and presence. The exhausting habit of mentally carrying responsibilities that do not belong to you, mistakes you cannot fix, and burdens that were never yours to hold. As the freedom of being misunderstood begins to settle into the mind, another hidden source of suffering quietly comes into view. It is one of the oldest habits of the human mind and one of the most destructive: comparison. A habit so common that many people no longer notice they are doing it. They compare their success, their appearance, their relationships, their achievements, their finances, their progress, their happiness, their lives. And almost without realizing it, they begin measuring their worth against the lives of other people. This creates a form of suffering that rarely announces itself directly. It arrives quietly. A small feeling of inadequacy, a subtle dissatisfaction, a lingering sense that somehow you are behind, not enough, not where you should be, not becoming what you hoped to become. The tragedy is that comparison often steals joy from moments that would otherwise feel meaningful. A person achieves a goal, then they notice someone who achieved more. The satisfaction disappears. A person makes progress. Then they compare their progress to someone else's. The achievement feels smaller. A person builds a good life. Then they look at another life. Suddenly their own seems lacking. Nothing actually changed, only the comparison. The Stoics understood something many people spend decades learning. Comparison creates an unwinnable game, because there will always be someone ahead of you in some area, someone wealthier, someone younger, someone stronger, someone more accomplished, someone more admired, someone with opportunities you never had. If peace depends on surpassing everyone else, peace becomes impossible. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on his own character rather than the lives of others. He understood that comparison distracts attention from the only life you can actually live, your own. Think about how much energy comparison consumes. Instead of appreciating your path, you examine someone else's. Instead of recognizing your growth, you focus on someone else's results. Instead of living your life, you evaluate it against another person's story. The mind becomes obsessed with measurement, and measurement gradually replaces gratitude. This is one of the hidden poisons of comparison. It blinds people to what is already present. The blessings become invisible. The progress becomes invisible. The growth becomes invisible, because attention is constantly focused elsewhere. The Stoics recognized that every person travels a different road, different experiences, different opportunities, different challenges, different strengths, different weaknesses. Comparing two lives is often like comparing two completely different journeys, yet the mind insists on doing it. It takes one chapter from someone else's story and compares it to an entirely different chapter of its own. Then it creates suffering from the difference. Epictetus taught that wisdom comes from focusing on what belongs to you, your actions, your choices, your values, your character. Comparison does the opposite. It pulls attention away from what belongs to you and places it on what belongs to someone else. The result is emotional instability. Your sense of worth rises and falls based on external measurements. One day you feel successful, the next day you feel inadequate. Not because anything changed, because someone else's circumstances entered your calculations. This creates a life that is constantly vulnerable to dissatisfaction. Many people never realize how much of their unhappiness comes from this habit. They think they need more success, more achievement, more recognition, more status. But often what they actually need is less comparison, because comparison changes the meaning of everything. A beautiful life begins feeling insufficient. A meaningful accomplishment begins feeling small. A personal victory begins feeling ordinary, not because these things lack value, because the mind keeps measuring them against something else. Seneca understood that envy and comparison trap people in permanent dissatisfaction. The mind keeps moving the goalposts. No matter how much is achieved, someone else appears to have more. No matter how far you travel, someone else appears farther ahead. No matter how much you grow, someone else appears more developed. The race never ends, and peace never arrives. The Stoics chose a different standard. They measured themselves against their own principles, their own growth, their own character, their own progress. This creates stability, because your attention remains anchored where it belongs, within your own life. There is something deeply healing about stepping out of comparison. The nervous system relaxes, the pressure softens, the constant measuring begins fading. You stop asking whether your life is better than someone else's. You begin asking whether it is aligned with your values. You stop chasing someone else's path. You begin walking your own. This shift changes everything, because comparison turns life into competition. Wisdom turns life into growth. Competition creates anxiety. Growth creates fulfillment. Competition focuses on others. Growth focuses on yourself. Competition asks whether you are winning. Growth asks whether you are learning. The Stoics knew that self-worth cannot survive if it depends entirely upon external comparisons, because there will always be another person, another achievement, another success story, another standard. The mind will never run out of comparisons, but it can learn to stop participating in them. And when it does, something remarkable happens. The life you already have becomes visible again. The progress you have already made becomes meaningful again. The blessings you have overlooked begin revealing themselves. You stop living through borrowed eyes. You stop measuring your worth through other people's journeys. You stop carrying the exhausting burden of proving yourself. And perhaps for the first time in a very long time, you experience something comparison could never provide: enoughness. The quiet realization that your value was never meant to be measured against another human being. And as this burden of comparison begins to fall away, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows: the relentless tendency to mentally rehearse future disasters, creating fear not from reality, but from possibilities that may never happen at all. As the burden of comparison begins to loosen its grip, another hidden habit quietly reveals itself. It is a habit that has kept countless people emotionally tied to the past, emotionally dependent on others, and emotionally exhausted without fully understanding why. The habit of mentally chasing people, not physically chasing them. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, someone leaves but part of your mind keeps following them. Someone stops caring, but your thoughts continue returning to them. Someone rejects you, but you keep seeking their approval long after they are gone. Someone walks away, but your attention remains attached to their footsteps. The relationship may be over. The connection may be gone. The conversation may have ended years ago. Yet the pursuit continues. Inside the mind. This is one of the most painful forms of attachment because it often happens without conscious awareness. A person tells themselves they have moved on, yet they still wonder what the other person thinks. They still imagine future conversations. They still replay old memories. They still seek validation from someone who is no longer present. Part of their emotional energy remains invested in a relationship that no longer exists. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that suffering often survives not because people leave, but because attachment remains. The body moves forward, the mind stays behind. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that human beings do not belong to us. Not friends, not partners, not family members, not admirers, not critics. Every person is living their own life, following their own path, making their own choices. The moment we begin treating people as possessions, suffering begins. Because people change, people leave, people grow. People choose different directions, and life gives no guarantees that everyone we love will remain beside us forever. Many emotional wounds become much deeper than necessary because the mind refuses to release its pursuit. Someone leaves. The mind asks why, then asks again, then asks 100 more times. Someone chooses another path. The mind keeps searching for ways to change their decision. Someone stops giving affection. The mind begins chasing the affection that disappeared. The emotional attachment survives because the pursuit survives. The Stoics recognized that chasing creates dependence. The more your peace depends upon another person's attention, approval, affection, or presence, the less stable your peace becomes. This does not mean love is wrong. It means attachment and love are not the same thing. Many people confuse them. Attachment says, I need you in order to be okay. Love says, I care about you, but my peace does not depend upon controlling you. Attachment creates fear. Love creates freedom. Attachment clings. Love appreciates. Attachment chases. Love allows. This distinction changes everything. Think about how much emotional energy gets consumed by pursuit. Checking for messages. Wondering what someone thinks, imagining what someone is doing, hoping someone will change, waiting for someone to return, seeking signs, seeking validation, seeking reassurance. The mind becomes trapped in orbit around another person. Its peace becomes dependent upon someone else's movements, someone else's choices, someone else's attention. The Stoics saw this as a form of emotional captivity. Not because caring is wrong, because freedom disappears when your well-being becomes dependent upon forces outside your control. Epictetus taught that emotional freedom begins when we stop attaching ourselves to what does not belong to us. Another person's feelings do not belong to you. Another person's choices do not belong to you. Another person's affection does not belong to you. You may receive these things. You may cherish these things, but you cannot own them. The moment you try, anxiety begins, because ownership creates fear of loss, and fear of loss creates suffering. Many people spend years mentally chasing someone who stopped running long ago, not because they still need that person, because they have become attached to the pursuit itself. The unanswered questions, the unfinished story, the longing, the hope, the imagined future. The mind keeps feeding these things, believing they will eventually provide peace, but they rarely do. The Stoics discovered that peace begins when pursuit ends, not because you stop caring, because you stop chasing. You stop trying to pull people toward you. You stop trying to force outcomes. You stop trying to control affection. You stop trying to secure guarantees that life cannot provide. And something remarkable happens. Your energy returns. The attention that was flowing outward begins flowing inward again. The mind becomes less dependent, less anxious, less reactive. A quiet emotional independence begins emerging. Not loneliness, not isolation, freedom. The freedom to love without clinging, the freedom to appreciate without possessing, the freedom to let people choose their own paths, the freedom to remain whole even when others walk away. Seneca understood that one of life's greatest strengths is learning how to enjoy what is present without becoming enslaved by the fear of losing it. This wisdom creates extraordinary peace. You begin valuing people without chasing them. You begin loving people without controlling them. You begin appreciating connections without making your identity dependent upon them. Most importantly, you stop abandoning yourself in pursuit of someone else, because every moment spent chasing another person is a moment spent moving away from your own center. The Stoics constantly returned to that center, to their character, their values, their inner stability, their own relationship with themselves. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of all. The moment you stop chasing people, you begin finding yourself. The moment pursuit ends, peace begins. The moment attachment softens, freedom quietly enters. And as this emotional independence begins taking root, another hidden source of suffering slowly reveals itself. One that keeps countless people trapped in cycles of worry, fear, and exhaustion. The mistaken belief that every uncomfortable emotion is a problem that must immediately be fixed. As emotional independence begins to grow and the habit of chasing people starts fading, another hidden source of suffering quietly steps forward. It is one of the mind's oldest habits and one of its most exhausting. The habit of asking, "What if?" At first, the question seems harmless. In fact, it often feels responsible, wise, protective. The mind believes it is preparing for the future, trying to avoid mistakes, trying to stay safe. But somewhere along the way, preparation turns into imprisonment. The question stops serving you, and you begin serving the question, what if I fail? What if they leave? What if something goes wrong? What if I made the wrong decision? What if I regret this later? What if I am not ready? What if things fall apart? What if I lose everything? The mind begins creating an endless parade of hypothetical futures. One possibility leads to another, then another, then another. Before long, a person is emotionally reacting to dozens of situations that do not exist. The body remains in the present, but the mind is living in an imagined future filled with uncertainty. This is one of the great paradoxes of anxiety. A person can be completely safe right now and still feel threatened. Not because of reality, because of possibility. The Stoics understood that hypothetical thinking has no natural endpoint. Once the mind starts chasing possibilities, it can continue forever. There is always another scenario, another danger, another uncertainty, another thing that could potentially go wrong. The imagination has no limits, which means fear built upon imagination has no limits either. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on what was actually happening rather than what might happen. This sounds simple, yet it requires tremendous discipline, because the mind loves uncertainty, not uncertainty itself, the illusion of controlling uncertainty. The mind believes that if it thinks long enough, worries long enough, plans long enough, it will eventually eliminate risk. But life does not work that way. No amount of worrying guarantees safety. No amount of hypothetical thinking guarantees success. No amount of mental preparation guarantees certainty. The future remains uncertain. Whether you worry about it or not, this realization can feel uncomfortable at first, but it is also deeply liberating, because it means you can stop carrying a burden that was never helping you. Think about how many hours have been lost to hypothetical fears, situations that never happened, problems that never arrived, disasters that never occurred, arguments that never took place, failures that never materialized. Many people suffer through painful experiences twice, first in imagination, then, if they actually happen, in reality. The Stoics chose another path. They refused to suffer in advance. Epictetus taught that human beings are often disturbed not by events, but by their anticipation of events. This insight remains incredibly relevant. A future challenge may or may not arrive, but the suffering created by imagining it is happening right now. The mind treats possibilities as realities, and the nervous system responds accordingly. The heart races, the muscles tighten, the stomach knots. Stress hormones increase, all because of a future that exists only in thought. The Stoics asked a powerful question whenever fear appeared. Is this happening now? Not tomorrow, not next week, not next year, now. Most of the time, the answer was no. The feared event existed only in imagination, and imagination, no matter how vivid, is not reality. This simple distinction creates enormous freedom because it brings attention back to the present, back to what is actually occurring, back to what can actually be influenced. The Stoics never suggested ignoring legitimate risks. Wisdom still prepares. Wisdom still plans. Wisdom still acts responsibly. But wisdom knows when preparation ends and worry begins. Preparation creates action. Worry creates repetition. Preparation solves problems. Worry circles around them. Preparation has a purpose. Worry has no finish line. Many people become trapped because they confuse the two. They believe worrying is productive. They believe fear is helping. They believe endless thinking is protecting them. Meanwhile, peace quietly disappears. Seneca observed that people often suffer more from imagined troubles than real ones. This is because imagination has no boundaries. Reality eventually reveals itself. Imagination keeps expanding. The what-if mind never finds closure because every answer creates another question. What if this happens? Then what if that happens? Then what if something worse happens? The chain never ends. The Stoics interrupted the chain, not by demanding certainty, by accepting uncertainty. This is the antidote, not knowing. Accepting that you do not know. Accepting that the future remains unwritten. Accepting that life contains risks. Accepting that certainty is not required in order to live peacefully. The moment this acceptance begins taking root, the mind relaxes, not because all uncertainty disappears, because the need to eliminate uncertainty disappears. And that changes everything. The future no longer feels like an enemy to control. It becomes something to meet when it arrives. You stop living 10 steps ahead of yourself. You stop carrying tomorrow's fears into today's experience. You stop exhausting yourself with possibilities that may never become realities. Instead, your attention returns to where life actually exists. This moment, this breath, this reality, the only place where peace has ever been available. And as the endless tyranny of what if begins to loosen its grip, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself, one that has shaped countless lives without being noticed. The exhausting habit of carrying psychological weight that no longer serves any purpose, long after its lesson has already been learned. As the tyranny of what if begins to loosen its hold on the mind, another hidden trap quietly reveals itself. It is one of the most convincing illusions the mind ever creates. The illusion that thinking more is always helping. Many people believe that if they think long enough, analyze deeply enough, or examine every angle carefully enough, they will eventually find peace. So they keep thinking, and thinking, and thinking. Yet, somehow, peace never arrives. The strange thing is that overthinking often feels productive. It feels like work. It feels like effort. It feels like responsibility. A person spends hours analyzing a problem and feels as though they have accomplished something. But when they stop and honestly examine the results, they often discover something surprising. Nothing has actually changed. The problem remains, the uncertainty remains, the answer remains unavailable. Only their mental energy has been depleted. This is one of the most deceptive habits of the human mind, because overthinking disguises itself as progress. The Stoics understood that there is a profound difference between thinking and solving. Many people confuse the two. Thinking can continue endlessly. Solving eventually reaches completion. Thinking can become repetitive. Solving produces action. Thinking can create confusion. Solving creates clarity. Yet the mind often prefers thinking because thinking creates the illusion of control. If I keep analyzing this, maybe I'll find the perfect answer. If I keep examining this, maybe uncertainty will disappear. If I keep replaying this, maybe I'll finally understand everything. The mind becomes trapped in a loop, not because solutions are being created, because certainty is being chased. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to return to action rather than endless mental analysis. He understood something many people overlook. The purpose of thought is to guide action, not replace it. When thinking becomes disconnected from action, it often transforms into rumination. The same questions get repeated, the same concerns get revisited, the same possibilities get examined. Again and again, like a wheel spinning in mud, lots of movement, very little progress. Think about how often overthinking appears during uncertainty. A decision needs to be made. The mind analyzes every possible outcome, then analyzes them again and again. Eventually, the person becomes more confused than when they started. This happens because overthinking does not always create clarity. Sometimes it creates noise. The Stoics recognized that the mind can become addicted to activity. Mental activity feels safer than uncertainty. It feels safer than waiting. It feels safer than acceptance. So the mind keeps working even when the work is no longer useful. Imagine a person trying to clear muddy water by stirring it continuously. The harder they work, the cloudier the water becomes. Overthinking often works the same way. The mind believes more effort will create clarity. Instead, it creates turbulence. Clarity often emerges when the stirring stops. Epictetus taught that wisdom comes from focusing on what is within your control. Overthinking usually focuses on what is not. Future outcomes, other people's reactions, hypothetical scenarios, unanswered questions. The mind keeps searching for certainty in places where certainty does not exist. The result is frustration, because no amount of analysis can provide what reality has not yet revealed. Many people spend years believing they have an anxiety problem. Sometimes they have an over-engagement problem. The mind refuses to leave anything alone. Every uncertainty becomes a project. Every possibility becomes a puzzle. Every concern becomes a mission. The nervous system never rests because the mind never stops working. This creates a subtle exhaustion that builds over time. Not physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion, the feeling of carrying too many thoughts, too many possibilities, too many unanswered questions. The Stoics practiced something that modern minds often struggle with. They knew when to stop. Not stop caring, stop analyzing. There is wisdom in recognizing the moment when further thinking no longer serves a purpose. The moment when thought becomes repetition. The moment when analysis becomes avoidance. The moment when mental activity becomes mental noise. Seneca understood that many people mistake motion for progress. This is true physically, and it is true mentally. A busy mind is not necessarily a productive mind. A mind full of thoughts is not necessarily a wise mind. A mind constantly working is not necessarily solving anything. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is knowing when enough thinking has been done, when the answer is unavailable, when the future remains uncertain, when action must replace analysis, or when acceptance must replace both. This realization creates tremendous freedom. You stop demanding that every problem be mentally conquered. You stop treating uncertainty as a flaw that must be eliminated. You stop measuring productivity by the amount of thinking taking place. Instead, you begin valuing clarity, presence, stillness, wisdom, the ability to sit with an unanswered question without immediately trying to solve it, the ability to acknowledge uncertainty without endlessly analyzing it, the ability to trust that not every answer arrives through effort. Some answers arrive through patience, some arrive through experience, some arrive through time, and some never arrive at all. The Stoics accepted this reality, and because they accepted it, they were able to rest. Not because they knew everything, because they stopped demanding that thought provide what only life could reveal. Perhaps that is one of the deepest lessons of all. The mind was never designed to carry the entire future. It was never designed to solve every uncertainty tonight. It was never designed to think its way into perfect safety. Sometimes the greatest act of wisdom is not another thought. It is the willingness to become still. And as the illusion of overthinking begins to dissolve, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows, the exhausting habit of treating every uncomfortable feeling as a problem to solve, rather than a temporary visitor passing through the landscape of the mind. As the illusion of overthinking begins to fade, another profound truth quietly comes into view. Many people spend years searching for peace in solutions, answers, achievements, and control, while overlooking something much simpler: the possibility that peace begins the moment resistance ends. This idea sounds almost too simple, yet it sits at the heart of some of the deepest Stoic wisdom ever taught. Because if you look closely at most forms of suffering, you will often find resistance hiding beneath them. Resistance to what happened, resistance to what is happening, resistance to uncertainty, resistance to change, resistance to loss, resistance to reality itself. The event occurs. Then the mind begins arguing with it. Life unfolds in one direction. The mind demands another, and in that gap between reality and expectation, suffering is born. The Stoics understood that human beings create enormous amounts of pain by fighting what already exists. Not because they are weak, because they believe acceptance means surrender. They believe acceptance means approval. They believe acceptance means giving up. But radical acceptance means none of these things. Radical acceptance simply means seeing reality clearly, nothing more, nothing less. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. Whenever life presented something difficult, he reminded himself that reality was already here. Arguing with it would not make it disappear. Resisting it would not change it. Wishing it away would not alter it. The only question was how he would respond. This is where acceptance becomes powerful. Acceptance does not say, "I like this." Acceptance says, "This is what is." Those are completely different statements. Many people spend years trapped in unnecessary suffering because they cannot separate the two. Something painful happens. They assume accepting it means approving of it. So they continue resisting, they continue fighting, they continue arguing with reality, and the suffering continues. The Stoics knew that reality does not require your approval before existing. A storm arrives whether you approve of it or not. A loss occurs whether you approve of it or not. A chapter ends whether you approve of it or not. Reality moves forward. The question is whether your mind moves with it. Think about how much energy is consumed by resistance. The endless replaying, the wishing, the arguing, the mental negotiations, the demand that reality becomes something other than what it already is. This creates tremendous exhaustion because resistance asks the mind to perform an impossible task, to change what has already happened, and no mind can do that. Epictetus taught that suffering often begins when we desire reality to be different than it is, not because desire itself is wrong, because reality remains unchanged regardless. The more tightly we cling to alternatives, the more painful reality feels. Imagine standing in heavy rain while insisting the sky should be sunny. The rain continues. Only your frustration grows. The Stoics chose another path. They stepped into reality as it existed, not the reality they preferred, the reality that was actually present. This did not make them passive. It made them effective. Because once resistance ends, clarity begins. When you stop arguing with what is happening, you finally have the energy to respond wisely to it. Many people remain trapped because they are fighting two battles simultaneously, the actual challenge and the reality that the challenge exists. The second battle often consumes more energy than the first. Acceptance removes the second battle entirely. The challenge may remain. But the war against reality ends. This creates enormous relief for the nervous system. The body no longer needs to stay in constant opposition. The mind no longer needs to maintain endless tension. The heart no longer needs to carry the burden of wishing reality were different. A surprising calm begins to emerge. Not because circumstances changed, because resistance softened. Seneca understood that much of human misery comes from demanding guarantees that life was never designed to provide. People want certainty. Life offers uncertainty. People want permanence. Life offers change. People want control. Life offers unpredictability. The Stoics accepted these truths not because they enjoyed them, but because they recognized them, and recognition created freedom. There is something deeply healing about saying, "This happened, this is here, this is real, and I no longer need to fight its existence." Those words contain extraordinary power, because the moment reality is fully acknowledged, the struggle begins losing its fuel. The mind stops wasting energy denying what already is. Attention returns to the present. Wisdom becomes possible. Action becomes possible. Peace becomes possible. Radical acceptance does not remove pain. It removes unnecessary suffering. Pain may still exist. Loss may still exist. Difficulty may still exist. But the exhausting battle against reality begins disappearing, and when that battle disappears, something remarkable takes its place. Space. Space to breathe. Space to think clearly. Space to heal. Space to live. Perhaps this is why acceptance feels so liberating, not because it changes the world, because it changes your relationship with the world. The chains of resistance begin falling away. The mind becomes lighter. The heart becomes quieter. The nervous system finally receives permission to stop fighting. And in that stillness, a deeper peace begins emerging. A peace not dependent on perfect circumstances. A peace not dependent on certainty. A peace rooted in the simple willingness to meet reality exactly where it is. And as this radical acceptance settles into the soul, another hidden source of suffering quietly reveals itself. One that has kept countless people trapped in cycles of guilt and regret. The relentless habit of carrying mistakes long after their lesson has already been learned. As radical acceptance begins to settle into the mind, another hidden attachment slowly comes into view. It is one so deeply woven into human nature that many people spend their entire lives chasing it, without realizing the cost. The need for certainty, the need to know what will happen, the need to know how things will turn out, the need to know whether everything will be okay. At first, this desire seems completely reasonable. After all, uncertainty can feel uncomfortable. The unknown can feel frightening. The future can feel unpredictable. So the mind begins searching for guarantees. It wants reassurance, proof, confirmation, a clear picture of what comes next. But life rarely provides such things, and this is where much of human anxiety begins. Not because uncertainty exists, because the mind refuses to accept that uncertainty exists. The Stoics understood something that most people spend years fighting against. Uncertainty is not a flaw in life, it is part of life. In fact, uncertainty is woven into nearly every meaningful experience a person will ever have. Love contains uncertainty. Friendship contains uncertainty. Health contains uncertainty. Success contains uncertainty. Tomorrow contains uncertainty. The future has always been uncertain, yet many people continue treating uncertainty as a problem that must be eliminated before peace can be possible. The result is endless tension. The mind keeps asking questions. What if this goes wrong? What if I make the wrong decision? What if I lose what I love? What if things change? What if I cannot handle it? The search for certainty begins, and because certainty cannot be found, the search never ends. Marcus Aurelius understood that much of human suffering comes from demanding guarantees that reality was never designed to provide. Life does not come with complete explanations. It does not reveal every outcome in advance. It does not offer perfect forecasts. The future remains hidden, and strangely enough, this is not a mistake. It is part of the design. Imagine if every challenge, every loss, every surprise, every triumph, and every future event were revealed to you today. Life would lose much of its mystery, much of its growth, much of its meaning. The unknown is not merely something we tolerate, it is part of what makes life alive. Yet the fearful mind struggles to accept this. It keeps seeking certainty because certainty feels like safety. But the Stoics discovered that safety and certainty are not the same thing. A person can have certainty and still suffer. A person can have uncertainty and still be at peace. The difference is not the future. The difference is the relationship with the future. Epictetus taught that peace begins when we stop demanding control over what lies beyond our reach. Few things lie further beyond our reach than tomorrow. Tomorrow has not arrived. It has not revealed its challenges. It has not revealed its opportunities. It has not revealed its lessons. Yet many people spend today emotionally reacting to a future that does not yet exist. This creates a peculiar kind of suffering. The mind wants answers. Life offers possibilities. The mind wants guarantees. Life offers probabilities. The mind wants certainty. Life offers trust. And trust is where the Stoics placed their attention. Not trust that everything would go according to plan. Not trust that nothing painful would happen. Trust in themselves. Trust in their ability to meet life as it unfolded. This is a crucial distinction. Many people seek certainty because they doubt their ability to handle uncertainty. If they trusted themselves more deeply, they would need fewer guarantees. Think about your own life. How many challenges once seemed impossible? How many fears once felt overwhelming? How many uncertainties once kept you awake at night? And yet here you are. Again and again life presented difficulties. Again and again you adapted. Again and again you discovered strengths you did not know you possessed. The Stoics understood that resilience grows through experience, not prediction. You do not become stronger by knowing the future. You become stronger by learning that you can face whatever future arrives. This realization transforms uncertainty. Instead of seeing it as a threat, you begin seeing it as a natural part of existence. Instead of fighting it, you begin allowing it. Instead of demanding answers, you begin trusting the process. Seneca often reflected on the tendency of the mind to create suffering through anticipation. He knew that people often fear uncertainty more than the events themselves. The imagination creates monsters. Reality often proves far more manageable. This is why releasing the need for emotional certainty creates such profound peace. The nervous system no longer needs to remain on constant alert. The mind no longer needs to solve every future possibility. The heart no longer needs endless reassurance. A quiet confidence begins emerging. Not confidence in the future. Confidence in your ability to meet the future, and that changes everything. Because true peace does not come from knowing exactly what will happen. True peace comes from no longer needing to know. It comes from understanding that uncertainty is not an enemy. It is simply the space where life unfolds, the space where growth occurs, the space where courage develops, the space where wisdom deepens. The Stoics learned to walk into that space without demanding guarantees. And in doing so, they discovered a freedom that certainty could never provide. The freedom to live fully despite not knowing what comes next. The freedom to rest despite unanswered questions. The freedom to trust life without controlling every outcome. And as this need for certainty begins dissolving, another hidden source of suffering quietly emerges from the shadows. The tendency to measure every season of life against how things used to be, preventing the heart from fully embracing what is trying to emerge now. As the need for emotional certainty begins to fade, another hidden source of suffering quietly steps into view. It is one that many people carry for years, sometimes decades, without realizing how much power they continue giving it. Old embarrassment, a mistake made years ago, a conversation that went poorly, a moment of awkwardness, a public failure, a wrong decision, a foolish action. Something that happened long ago, yet still returns unexpectedly. The memory appears, and immediately the body reacts. The stomach tightens, the face warms, the heart sinks. A wave of discomfort passes through the mind, as though the event is happening again. This is one of the strangest things about human psychology. The event may have lasted 30 seconds. The embarrassment may last 30 years, not because other people keep remembering it, because the mind keeps replaying it. The Stoics understood that human beings often become prisoners of moments that everyone else has forgotten. A person makes a mistake. Years later, they still carry it. Meanwhile, the people who witnessed it may not even remember it happened. Yet, inside the mind, the memory remains alive. This happens because embarrassment strikes directly at one of our deepest fears. The fear of social rejection. The fear of being judged. The fear of appearing foolish. The fear of being seen in a way we do not want to be seen. When these fears are triggered, the mind places special importance on the event. It marks it as significant, something to remember, something to avoid repeating. This process originally helped human beings survive, but it often becomes exaggerated. The mind begins treating a small mistake as though it were a life-defining catastrophe. Marcus Aurelius understood that people spend far too much time worrying about how they appear in the eyes of others. He recognized that much of this suffering comes from the belief that everyone is paying attention. But most people are not. Most people are busy thinking about themselves, their own worries, their own mistakes, their own insecurities. Yet the embarrassed mind imagines an audience that never leaves, an audience that continually judges, continually remembers, continually evaluates. This creates an illusion, A person begins reliving embarrassment because they believe the event permanently changed how others see them. Often, it did not. The mind magnifies the significance of the mistake far beyond reality. Think about how rarely you spend time replaying another person's embarrassing moments. You probably remember very few. Not because they never happened, because they were not nearly as important to you as they were to the person who experienced them. The same is true in reverse. The events you obsess over are usually not occupying other people's attention, yet the mind continues replaying them. Again and again, the Stoics recognize that embarrassment survives through attention. Every replay strengthens it. Every mental revisit renews it. Every emotional reaction feeds it. The memory becomes larger than the event itself. Seneca understood that many people suffer not from mistakes, but from their interpretation of mistakes. A mistake becomes evidence of inadequacy. A failure becomes proof of worthlessness. An awkward moment becomes a permanent identity. The event stops being an event. It becomes a story. And stories are often far more painful than reality. This is where Stoicism offers a powerful correction. The Stoics viewed mistakes as part of being human, not exceptions to humanity. Part of it. Every person says foolish things sometimes. Every person misjudges situations. Every person experiences awkwardness. Every person fails. Every person embarrasses themselves occasionally. This is not evidence that something is wrong with you. It is evidence that you are human. The embarrassed mind often operates from an impossible standard. It expects perfection. It expects flawless performance. It expects complete social competence at all times. When reality fails to meet these expectations, shame appears. But the Stoics never demanded perfection. They demanded growth. There is a profound difference. Perfection says, I must never make mistakes. Growth says, I will learn from mistakes. Perfection creates fear. Growth creates wisdom. Perfection keeps embarrassment alive. Growth transforms embarrassment into experience. Epictetus taught that events gain power through the judgments attached to them. This principle becomes especially important here. The mistake happened. That is a fact. The judgment that it ruined everything is a story. The judgment that everyone remembers it is a story. The judgment that it defines who you are is a story. And stories can be challenged. Many people discover that the embarrassment they carry is not actually attached to the event. It is attached to the meaning they gave the event. Once the meaning changes, the emotional weight begins changing too. The mistake becomes a lesson rather than a sentence. The awkward moment becomes a memory rather than an identity. The failure becomes part of growth rather than proof of inadequacy. Gradually, the mind stops treating the event as a threat. The nervous system stops reacting as though danger is present. The emotional charge begins fading, not because the memory disappears, because the judgment surrounding it softens. Perhaps one of the most healing realizations a person can have is this. You are not the worst moment of your life. You are not the most embarrassing thing you ever did. You are not the mistake you keep replaying. You are the person who survived it, learned from it, grew beyond it, and continued forward. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not built from avoiding mistakes. It is built from developing a healthier relationship with them. And when that relationship changes, embarrassment begins losing its grip. The past loosens its hold. The mind becomes lighter. The heart becomes calmer. And now, as this journey comes to an end, notice how different the mind feels from where it began. Tonight was never about becoming a different person. It was about remembering what was always there beneath the noise. Over these hours, you discovered that much of mental suffering comes from fighting reality, replaying old wounds, chasing certainty, seeking validation, comparing yourself to others, reliving embarrassment, carrying unfinished stories, and holding on to burdens that were never yours to carry. You learned that peace does not come when life becomes perfect. It comes when the mind stops demanding perfection. You learned that not every thought deserves attention. Not every memory deserves another visit. Not every fear deserves belief. Not every problem deserves to be solved tonight. And not every burden deserves a permanent home in your heart. The Stoics understood something timeless. The mind becomes lighter when it stops fighting what it cannot control. The heart becomes calmer when it stops chasing what was never meant to stay. And the soul becomes stronger when it learns to rest in the present moment. Tonight, you practiced letting go. Letting go of old battles, letting go of old identities, letting go of the need to explain, prove, control, predict, and perfect. And perhaps the most important lesson of all is this: the peace you have been searching for was never hidden somewhere in the future. It was buried beneath years of unnecessary mental weight. So as you drift deeper into rest, allow the mind to soften. Allow the heart to grow quiet. Allow the past to remain where it belongs. Allow tomorrow to wait until morning. And allow yourself to rest in the only place where life has ever truly existed. Here, now. Before you leave, I would love to hear from you. If you could keep just one lesson from tonight's journey forever, which one would it be? Was it letting go of old wounds, releasing the need for certainty, escaping overthinking, or learning to trust the present moment again? Share your answer in the comments below. Your insight may become the encouragement someone else needs tonight. And if these Stoic teachings brought you peace, clarity, or comfort, subscribe to the channel and join us for more timeless wisdom designed to help you sleep deeply, think clearly, and live with greater peace. Until next time, rest well, sleep deeply, and let the mind finally be still.